Good evening. The May 18th, 2023 meeting of the Board of Trustees for Colton Joint Unified is now in session. Mrs. Medina, Mrs. Sandoval, and Mrs. Hauer are both absent. Okay. At this time, I'll call Pam Townsend forward to lead us in the flag salute.
Good evening. Could everyone please stand? Place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Maria Mendez. We have an interpreter who's going to be interpreting for those who may need it.
Thank you, President Thorin Ojeda. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Si hay algún miembro de la comunidad o un miembro de familia que esté aquí presente y necesite servicios de interpretación, por favor no dude en avisarnos. Estamos por la entrada a la mano derecha. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 1.3, adoption of May 18th, 2023 agenda. I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Amend action item 7.53, approval of conference attendance, addition of 12 attendees for the 2023 Avid Summer Institute in San Diego on June 18th to the 21st, 2023. Amend closed session item 11.3, personnel public employee appointment, discipline dismissal release, Government Code 54957, addition of 1 certificated coach, head varsity baseball boys 1, addition of 5 classified coaches, head junior varsity basketball boys 1, head junior varsity soccer girls 1, head varsity basketball boys 1, head varsity wrestling co-ed 1, varsity soccer assistant girls 1, and addition of 2 volunteers general. Have a motion, please?
So moved. I'll second.
What's that? Ibarra and Fuentes. Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Board Member Ibarra and seconded by Board Member Fuentes to adopt the agenda as recommended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? So on a motion by Board Member Ibarra and seconded by Board Member Fuentes on this 5-0 vote, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. We have tonight for 2.1 Slover Mountain High School. Principal Hampton, would you please come forward to introduce your students?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Board President Thorin Ojeda, Board Members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. It is my pleasure this evening to introduce to you 3 phenomenal students from Slover Mountain High School. And these individuals are, first we have Joanny Moreno Gomez, we have Jeremy Perez, and we have Kai Pacheco. So they are going to wow you with the amazing things going on at Slover this evening. It's all yours.
Good evening, Board President Thorin Ojeda, Board Members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Joanny Moreno Gomez, as she said before, and I am a senior and ASB member of Slover Mountain High School. And I will be passing the torch to
Kai Pacheco. I am a junior at Slover Mountain High School.
Jeremy Perez. I'm a junior at Slover Mountain High School.
Okay, and before we start, I have a question for you guys, members of the audience and board members. Did you guys have any like good memories your senior year, since this is my last year here, like during high school? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so one of my like more recent memories right now was how here at Slover we were given like if we're able to obtain free yearbooks for all the students, and I really liked that. And then I had, in the words of Dr. Betters, who spoke at the senior day at Slover, San Bernardino Valley College, she said, "If it's free, it's for me."
Okay, we're going to start things off with our academics. At Slover Mountain High School, we have many academics. One, for instance, is Mission 200, where students can make up their credits for graduation. Another would be Saturday Academy, where students can come to school on Saturday to make up their attendance. Slover also does award celebrations to celebrate the students doing well academically. Traveling tide pools was an assembly for marine biology to show and teach them about different animals, like how starfishes have no blood.
I was actually a part of the tide pool one, and it was actually really cool. I got to pet a shark. So we have also held FAFSA workshops in our library to help our seniors who need financial aid for college. And we've also had guest speakers for college for students who are interested in real estate and cosmetology. In addition to our academics, 99% of our students have done the CAST assessment. Now, as someone who is very involved with school, I would definitely say that we are winning. Myself and two others have participated in the Rotary Speech Contest, which was we wrote a speech and then we went to Denny's, I think, and we presented it to people. And it was kind of weird because they didn't clap after, so you're just like there after you did the speech. There was no clapping allowed. But I think we all did very well, and Joanne was also a part of that. Along with that, also me and 3 other students were a part of the San Bernardino County Student Advisory Panel, where we got to have different topics and make a presentation about it and present it to people to change our community and our schools and like what we think needs to be added. I myself did mental health awareness because I'm very in touch with that, and I think that it should be more recognized than it actually is.
And then I was also a part of that. And then I also did healthcare. And there was between economy, healthcare, safety, and education. And I did healthcare, and I was like, how easily accessible is drugs to like teenagers and everything like that.
One of the wonderful people who were with us was my friend Jazzy, who has won first place in the California Continuation Academy Association essay contest, and she will participate on the panel of Educational Leadership Summit in June.
Three of Slover students won in the pencil, pen, and brush and writing contest. One of Slover's very own graduates received the scholarship award from CRYROP for her academic excellence in child development. Great job, Rosa. That's it.
Okay, so our current sports right now is soccer team. So the girls soccer finished their season after playing some schools from our league, and our boys team are currently 9-0, and they won the championship today.
Every quarter, staff and sometimes students stand outside the entrance to encourage the students and wish them a good quarter. Because of this, students are encouraged to be optimistic and resilient. Even though you might not start off good, staff encourages you to end good.
During lunch in the library, we have many different activities from board games to sticker art. But my all-time favorite is Karaoke Fridays. I love to sing every Friday, sing my favorite songs. And even today, because we're having it 2 days because our senior event is tomorrow, where me and my friends sang Barbie Girl.
Slover held a luncheon to recognize new staff members and to say goodbye to a beloved teacher, Miss Hall, who sadly is retiring this year. And for their caterers, the Slover Culinary Team. The Slover Culinary Team are students who received their food handler's card and kindly wanted to help.
During the the little ceremony we had on Monday, we had people that were on a talent show where they were singing, playing like not drums. It was guitar, bass, and then they were over here singing for like the retirement party kind of for Miss Hull. And then there was also a lot of food. The food was good.
It was really good. I was a part of the talent part, and I sang 2 songs, one with just by myself and one with my friend Sherlyn. I had a lot of fun, and honestly, I cried when we were talking about Miss Hall because I'm really sad to see her go.
Because we also made a little video for her in which like I run around at the school and we took like videos of them, and they said a few positive words about her or like memories that they had with her, and they were all really good memories. I've never had her as a teacher personally, but after like seeing the video, it was really emotional. Yeah.
So yesterday we had our senior sunset event. As a member of ASB, I stayed after school to help set up, which was 2 hours after school setting up this thing. We had candies, burrito, a live band, a photo booth, and many, many games, which were kind of difficult to set up. I had a really nice time here. The food was really good. Those burritos were amazing. And I had a lot of fun with all my senior friends, and I'm really gonna miss them when they go.
For our senior events to come, we have the senior swag giveaway where seniors will be able to get Slover t-shirts, beanies, and etc. For the Slover grad night, they will be going to the California Adventure at Disneyland tomorrow. Seniors will also be able to go to their home school and visit their elementary schools. June 1st, seniors will have breakfast together and practice the ceremony later the day.
So I would like to congratulate all of our seniors walking this year. Normally, we have 100 to 120 seniors walking, but this year we have over 150 students walking, including that is including 2 juniors here. Speaking of graduating early, in mini quarter 2, we had 3 people graduating. In mini quarter 3, we had 4 people graduating. In mini quarter 4, we had 6 people graduating. And then that number came up dramatically to 23 people who graduated early by mini quarter 5.
Follow us on our social media to see more of Slover love.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Principal Hampton, I almost cried up here. It's so cool to see kids having so much fun at school when you're learning. It's like, that's what learning is supposed to be all about. So as a former principal, man, I just get really excited when I see kids so happy about school. and all the opportunities going to the superintendent's advisory committee and the county superintendent. You've just had all these opportunities that you've taken a real interest in, and I'm really excited for you for being those things. You'll never forget those things. So, and to have your voice heard at the county level is pretty awesome. My fellow board members, who would like to speak? Anybody? Mr. Ibarra first.
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate all three of you for the year that you put in at Slover Mountain High. It's really, really exciting to hear all the events, everything that occurred throughout the whole year. And you three being part of the leadership helped make a lot of that happen and go. And with that, you made a lot of students' years at Slover very memorable. So, you know, pat yourself in the back for that and make sure, yes, you know, you've done a wonderful job. Joni, you're a senior, you're graduating. What's the plan for next year?
My plan, I don't know. It's well, I do know. I want to go to, I think, San Bernardino Valley College, and then do my associates for business, and then transfer to a 4-year.
Very good, very good. Yeah. Have you thought of about a major at this time?
Business?
Business? Very good. Now, just want to throw a fact your way. San Bernardino Valley College is one of the top junior colleges, not only in the state, but in the country here in the United States. So just keep that in mind. You're going to a very good institution. So you're going to learn a lot. For Kai and Jeremy, returning juniors, going to become seniors. You know, you have big shoes to fill. And the experience that you accumulated this year, it's only going to carry over to next year. So I expect really good things coming from both of you. And don't forget, you know, bring some more people in so that you can mentor them for the upcoming years as well. So the numbers of graduates sounds wonderful. And I just want to commend you, your principal, the staff, and they're at Slover for a wonderful school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ibarra. Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. Well, I know two of the young ladies that are up there. They know who I am. Hi. And congratulations on a great year, Ms. Hampton. You know, I was out here for that award ceremony, and amazing to see how these young men and women are really working hard, and they're putting their all to be able to graduate, get their diploma, get back on track. I am so very happy to hear the number of students graduating, and 150 plus students. Man, that's amazing. Awesome, awesome. And if you all didn't know, it's an award-winning school. So, and Miss Hampton's also been awarded a Teacher of the Year too. So, principal, excuse me. Yeah, exactly. So, congratulations. I just want to let you guys know that I'm very proud, and to see all the activities, all the stuff, like Mrs. John Ojeda said, it's fun to go to school, right? When you're able to do all these activities, right, Kai?
Most definitely.
Look at that. And then I'll be catching up on Fridays for karaoke. So I'll be out there because you guys know
Go
I
ahead.
like to sing too.
I sing every Friday. Come by.
Got it. We'll sing together. Congratulations to all three of you. We'll see both of our juniors next year. And congratulations to Joannie on graduating, and we'll see you at graduation. Have a great one. To the parents, let's give it up to the parents too and their guardians. Thank you.
Any other comments? All I can think about another thing I thought about when you were speaking tonight and your enthusiasm was you can't spell Slover without love, and you can see it. It's wonderful. Congratulations, good luck, do well in your final exams, and I'll see one of you at graduation. Thank you. Oh, Mrs. Hampton, you want to say something?
I just don't want to forget, we have Mr. Fatlin in the back who actually advises them. He's kind of slouching down. He doesn't like to be recognized, but Mr. Fatlin does an amazing job with the students, and they put on a successful event yesterday, and just giving these kids the opportunity. I can never say it enough. Some of these kids have been counted out. They have been counted out, but they are doing some amazing things now. And I get all teary-eyed too, but they're doing some amazing things. So please continue to be on Slover's side and support them because they're just as amazing as everyone else.
Thank you. Would you like to come forward and shake our hands? Thank you. Great job. You kids were great. Wonderful job.
Yeah.
Wonderful. See you next year.
See you at graduation. Wonderful job. And to see you. Sure. Yeah.
We'll move on to item 3.1, Grand Terrace High School softball team recognition. Principal Neighbors, would you please come to the podium to introduce your coaches and your players?
Good evening, Board President, Joanne Thoreen Ojeda, Dr. Miranda, fellow board members, as well as our audience. It is my great honor to introduce our softball team and our girls team. And when I first got to GT, one of the first things I heard about was how amazing our softball team was, right? And it's like, and softball's not to the end of the year. It's happening currently right now. And the girls, they would tell me like, oh yeah, D1, we're going D1 and to college. And I'm like, oh yeah, what a great goal. Except all three of our seniors are going D1. And so it's not a goal, it's a standard that our team has. So one, I'd like to give a round of applause for our seniors and for accomplishments. And watching them play was an experience. And I tried to come up with words, how to put it in words, because when I watch them play, it's like a machine. I came up with 2 words. It's like a machine. Ball gets hit on the outfield, gets caught. If it's infield, it gets caught. Pitching is amazing. And the other piece is art because it's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful watching them play. And it's been my honor to watch them play to the point where on Saturday at 6:30, they are competing for the Division II CIF championship. So that is an amazing accomplishment. Division II.
Wow.
And for those that don't know, our school is about 1,680, 1,650, where a lot of our schools are much, much bigger that we're competing against. And the best part of, I'm a competitive person, but I would honestly say the best part is watching them on campus. They are leaders. They are so kind. They embody our school-wide expectations of being great. And not only that, as they are such a close-knit team, they are also inclusive. When you see them on campus, they are involving our other students. And so it is not something that is just a team. And when you watched them at our last home game, you saw all kinds of students from all different groups. When you saw our senior, there was a bunch of them quoting, having our students and our other players be a part of it. And so they are an inclusive group. And so it is something that I'm very proud to be their principal because of the not only way they act on the field, but also on the way they are on campus. And that is not possible without our wonderful coaches, but there's one man, Coach Bobby Flores. He does this amazing job, and I'd like to bring him up to talk about his amazing girls and players.
Good evening, Board President Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Listening to Mr. Neighbors say what he said about me honestly makes me want to cry. I've coached in this school district for 28 years. I did 15 years at Bloomington. I've been at Grand Terrace since we've opened. I have a motto, and I wrote some notes down just so I don't get too lost, but I'm really about making kids better for the future. I will honestly tell you guys, I'm not about just winning. Winning for me is if it happens, it happens. You can ask my girls. I always tell them every time, you can ask them, I want you girls to be the best, well-behaved kids on campus. the most well-mannered. If a teacher says anything to me that they're, doing something they're not supposed to, they know they can run to me and tell me, and I'll bring that hammer on everybody, because I really believe that when you're a student and you're especially an athlete and you're representing our campus, that you should be on a higher level. Like you just, and I'm really trying to, every day you could ask these girls, every day it's graduate high school. What can we do to help you get to college? I know that not every athlete, every player on the team has athletic ability to play in college, but we do shoot for that. And then next is make sure they're better people. So if they, get a job and how to be a better person in society in general. Like I said, I've coached 28 years. I'm a district employee, so I just want to tell you guys, thank you for that. I opened Grand Terrace in our 11th season. We won the league championship 9 times. One time it was COVID season. I like to believe we would have won that as well. So I wanted to put that on the shirt, so technically we won 9 out of 10. Our first year we didn't win. I think we lost by 1 or 2 games. 2015 we were the runner-up. 2016 we won CIF in Division III. And then this year is our second year, our third time being in the finals, like Mr. Neighbors said. I want to thank my coaches, because all these years you can't do without your coaches. So my first coach is Carlos right here. Wave your hand. Thank you, Carlos, Andy, and Coach Steve. So again, thank you for having us here. The girls have some stuff for you, but I really appreciate it. Thank you for having us. I mean, it not against any other sport. I mean, in sports in general, it takes a lot. It's a lot of time and a lot of effort. And good luck to these girls this weekend. So thank you. And who's going first here? Well, you guys just all go right now. So we have shirts. We have shirts for you. And if they don't fit your size, I am sorry.
Thank you.
And that's our 3 seniors right there.
Wow, that's beautiful. We're gonna get a picture.
Go ahead and stand up, ladies, you 3. Just want to recognize them real quick. So we have Selena Zuniga. She's going to Bellarmine University. She's a senior. She got a softball scholarship. The other one right here is Isabel Tellez. She's going to San Francisco State. She got a scholarship. The last one right here is Andrea Cortez. We call her Star. She's going to North Dakota State. I also believe next year we'll have about 6 or 7 committed, because I know about 6 or 7 of these girls want to go to college. And in the 11th season, I just want to throw this out there, that these are the 25th, 26th, and the 27th girls in 11 years to get a scholarship to go on and play college softball. So again, thank you. I appreciate it.
Coach, I think we have certificates for the
Yeah.
team from behalf.
Do you want me to hand them out right now? Or?
Yes, please.
And then we'd love a picture with the team before you guys go. So, and we'll.
Huh? Remember comments right now? Yes. Okay. Mr. Flores.
Sure, appreciate it. Well, obviously, thank you, Coach Bobby, for being here. You're kind of a victim of your own success in that you guys win so much. We almost expect it, right? We don't get to celebrate it as much. And today is an acknowledgement of not just the wins and losses, but what you've established at Grand Terrace High School. And 9 league championships in 10 years is not just dominant. That's a dynasty. And it's an example of what you can do as a coach when you invest not just in your players, but as people, as young ladies, and teaching them the values to be successful both on and off the field. So I can tell you from personal experience, having known several of your former players that have gone on to college that are doing well in their lives, they have grown as people because they've been part of your program. And there will come a day for all of us, anybody that's played sports knows this, there'll come a day where it'll be the last pitch, the last shot, the last kick of the ball, and you kind of have to figure out what you're going to do with the rest of your life. But what you've learned with your teammates, what you've learned from your coaches, and those experiences that you had, you take those with you everywhere you go. And you are helping create leaders in this program. It's wonderful to see, and you're setting an example, quite frankly, for a lot of other coaches out there. Folks know who you are as a coach. They know who this program is. They certainly know who Grand Terrace High School is. And I want to thank you because you invest an incredible amount of your own time and resources into this program. The things that you do behind the scenes that you don't get paid to do, that you do because of the love of the program and the love of the young ladies that you're helping prepare for the future. So we're humbled to be able to give you this very small gesture of appreciation, but we know that it goes far beyond the wins and losses and the banners. There's much more at work here. So thank you for taking the time to do what you do every day. And I know that these ladies are very supportive and know that we at the board appreciate it. It doesn't go unnoticed, and we'll be there to cheer them on every step of the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Fuentes.
I couldn't have said it better, Dan. So I'll ditto what Dan said. And thank you, Coach Bobby. Coaches, thank you. Girls, congratulations. Keep doing what you're doing. For those that are going on to the university on a scholarship, congratulations. And I want to see you guys on TV one day. So, Coach, once again, to all of you, thank you very much. Principal Neighbors, thank you also. And like I said, I can't, Dan said it perfectly. I don't want to repeat myself, but it just to see that the passion that you have, Coach, and the love that you have for your students. And I see that the coaches do too. So thank you. Thank you very, very, very much for what you do. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Ibarra.
Thank you, Joanne. I also like to take this opportunity to thank the coaching staff for your dedication and for putting a wonderful program together for all our students that are participating. Also, I just want to go ahead and address our student athletes. These years that you play as a team are going to be valuable years to you. I was very fortunate to have played baseball for 20 years in my life. And throughout all the events, I played in some championships. One of the most meaningful things was that the friendship that I developed with my teammates. So one of the things that you will take away throughout all this is a lifelong friendship that you have put together amongst all of you. And it's going to be something that will always be with you. To today, when I run into, whether I'm in Montana, Utah, somewhere where I run into old friends that I played ball with, we're so happy to see each other. We give each other hugs, two big men hugging. It's because of all the hard work, the sweat, the respect that you have put together throughout these playing years here in high school. So there's something that I always thought in my mind. I truly appreciated my parents for allowing me the opportunity to do that. So when you get an opportunity, thank your parents, because the parents that you have in some way will support everything that you do. So make sure you say thank you to them. And of course, to your wonderful coaches for guiding you, for leading you, for directing you, and sometimes for disciplining you when it's needed. Because I know, I was 15, 16 at one time, and I know how it can be. So always remember the friendships. That's the point I'm trying to get here, that you have developed amongst all yourselves. Yes, you're champions. And when you see each other 10 years from now, there's going to be a special smile on each of your faces, because inside, without saying, you're going to know. You're going to know that what you accomplished. And it's going to be something wonderful and something you'll never forget. So thank you, girls. Thank you, coaches. And congratulations to all of you and to the parents who support you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I just want to say one thing.
All right.
Sorry. I just want to thank Mr. Neighbors and is Casada here? Oh, and the AD. I know he's an intern, but he's been helping us so much. He's been great, and Mr. Neighbors has been great as well. Like every little detail, he's been at all our games. He's been a big fan. So just want to tell you thank you. And Casada, I know he's not here today, but he's been a big help to us. So they've been good to me. I can't say enough. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bobby. Any other comments before I say something? I can personally attest to all the things Bobby said. My granddaughter played baseball, softball at Bloomington High School under Bobby. And she learned the discipline and the skills and the integrity that she has today. A lot of it came from him. He walks the talk, and his girls, at least my granddaughter, walks the talk as a teacher here in Sycamore Hills Elementary School now. She took it very seriously. I can't tell you, she's 30 years old now, but she says, I'll oftentimes, well, Bobby said, because she really listened to Bobby, because it turned out Bobby was her boss. She actually coached softball at Grand Terrace High School for 2 years when she was in college. So he means it, he loves it, it's in his heart, and he truly means that. And Bobby, I can't tell you thank you enough for what you meant to Ariel
Thank you.
and to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Everything you guys are saying honestly means a lot. It really does. I didn't start coaching this journey and think I would ever be 28 years in. So I am proud of that. And my main goal, like I said, it's always to just make better people besides the athletic part of it. And I can't say thank you enough. I really do appreciate it. Makes me feel good to know, because sometimes you don't always get that thank you from the students or the players till like 10 years after, when they realize why you're so mean. No, it's the truth. They're like, man, you can ask these girls, I hammer them, right? I'm disciplined. Like, I'm very into structure, discipline. I want kids to, go the right way. So, but thank you again. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me coach here. And we're going to get another ring this Saturday. So.
Okay, take a pictures of the
Yeah, please.
certificates. So, you want me to go up there? You want to take it up in front?
Yeah, we can get them up here.
Yeah. Since there's so many, I'm gonna close your eyes, everybody. I'm moving in front. Come on up, and we'll put you in a.
Yeah, we'll go.
Okay. I'll go up there. If I don't run over myself. Appreciate it.
Makes sense.
Uh-huh.
That's so true. Yes. I play with yes.
Thank you so much. Irvine? What time? In Irvine? Mm.
We have seats available now. Just kidding.
It's wonderful to celebrate our children, isn't it? Great job. Our next item is item 3.2, introduction of new management. Assistant Superintendent Dottie will introduce the newest member of our management team.
Good evening, Board President Thorin Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and our audience members. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you our new Information Services Manager, Bradley Wilson. So Bradley's a tad shy, so I'll take it easy on you tonight, all right? Well, Bradley received his degree from ITT Technical Institute, where he quickly went into the workforce as a technical account manager, then technical consultant, then database administrator, support specialist, and then we stole him from that for-profit world to come to CJUSD as a database administrator. And tonight, we're so happy to introduce him as an information service manager, but we can't do this without a couple of fun facts, right? And so he's been married for 14 years. Awesome. Has 3 cats. He loves to collect fun and colorful socks.
He's an IT guy.
I'll keep my pants laid down. They're not as colorful as yours, but he didn't realize that his favorite color was pink. And this is a joke around the department that because he collects so many socks, he didn't realize that a lot of his socks have pink in it. And so it's okay, I love cotton candy and pink, that sounds okay to me. So stop laughing at him, Jamal. But his favorite animal is a unicorn. He's been a home brewer for more than a decade. So, yeah, I was about to say, yeah. Can we pause for a moment? I'm joking. But he is also working on his site TMAP, which is a Technology Management Advancement Program. And his intent is to complete the site CTO certification program as well and complete that by spring of 2024. He enjoys distance running, cycling, and hiking. And I say one fun fact for the last one. Today is his birthday. Well, Bradley, I lied. I was going to take it easy on you, but everybody, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Bradley. Happy birthday to you.
And he's thinking this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
Welcome to CJUSD.
Yes.
Exactly. Oh, something came off here. See, I got so excited, I took off the, oh, there it is right there. So now I'd like to go ahead and give Bradley a chance to address the board.
I mean, first of all, I can't believe you've done that.
Oh,
That's pretty awesome. Thank you, thank you. And board, very shy up here and kind of anxiety here, but I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. Assistant Soups that I also have talked with and worked with all the time. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Been a lot of fun. I've been working with CJUSD for the past decade from the profit industry now into working directly for CJUSD. And this is just the next chapter, and I really hope I can do y'all proud. Thank you. One last thing. I also want to say that my family's here today. They're very shy as well, and they don't really want to stand up, but my family is here with me just to recognize this moment. Thank you.
Yep, go for it. Go for it.
Congratulations. I can just wait for the next time they do so.
Welcome to Colton. You're
One more round of applause, please, for Bradley. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunny. All right, item 3.3, employee recognition. Director Cervantes will introduce our new employees. Our employees, sorry.
I'm not going to be singing. Good evening, Board President Thoreen Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Human Resources is really proud to present our Employees of the Month for the month of May. Our employees were selected because of their dedication and passion to the work that they do for our district. When we call their name, we ask them to come to the podium to be recognized. So the first is our classified employee of the month, and that is Sonia Diaz. She's an admin assistant for M&O, and I don't believe she's here, but we're going to give her a round of applause. And here to speak a little bit about her is our director of M&O, David Bell.
So I'd like to thank the community, the board, and the superintendent for this opportunity to recognize Sonia. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here, but still want to say a few words on her. I'm honored to recognize Sonia. She's my admin assistant. She's dedicated, hardworking, and significantly impacts our department. She's also made my job here so much more smooth than I could possibly ever put down on this paper. But Sonia continues to excel with the knowledge she's obtained working in our district for 25 years. She consistently exceeds my expectations by assisting the needs of both staff and students district-wide. Her positive attitude is strong. Her work ethic and caring personality add to the department, and she has earned the respect and admiration of her colleagues. So I thank Sonia for being the employee that she is, but I also want to point out that she advocates for our students very hard, and that's not always something you have in a maintenance and operations office setting. So that keeps me grounded, and I can't ever thank her enough. One of these days, we'll have to get her out here to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 3.4, employee recognition, classified, I'm sorry. Oh, I apologize. Oh, geez, here I go again.
Our certificate employee of the month is Angelica Sweeney. She's our counselor at DRC Elementary. So Angelica, come on up. So Angelica, when I told her, would you like to say a few words? And she goes, no one told me I had to speak. But here to present her tonight is our principal of DRC, Penny Muse.
Good evenings, esteemed Board President Thoreen Ojeda, board members, and Superintendent Miranda. Today, I have the great privilege of recognizing an exceptional individual who has made a profound impact on our school community. As the principal of Michael DRC Elementary School, I am filled with gratitude as I acknowledge the outstanding achievements of our amazing school counselor, Angelica Sweeney. Miss Sweeney's commitment to our school community is unparalleled. Her dedication and support for our students go above and beyond, providing invaluable guidance and assistance to those in need. Her versatility and unwavering determination to make a difference in the lives of our students are truly commendable. I would like to highlight some notable accomplishments that demonstrate Miss Sweeney's exceptional leadership and unwavering dedication. She introduced the practice of playing music in the mornings, creating a vibrant and positive atmosphere as our students start their day. The familiar tune of the Alice in Wonderland, I'm late for a bit, right? Song signals the beginning of each day, urging our students to hasten to their classes. Additionally, she has created a tranquil Zen den in her room, offering a serene space where teachers and staff can relax before school, complete with calming music, a cozy fireplace, and hot tea or coffee. She changes up the fireplace, I hear. This nurturing environment extends to our entire school community. Ms. Sweeney's impact extends beyond her interactions with students. As the PBIS Tier 2 and 3 coach, she has exhibited exceptional leadership, guiding our team in promoting positive behavior and cultivating a nurturing environment for all. Her visionary approach and expertise have been pivotal in enhancing our school's culture. Furthermore, Ms. Sweeney has led us in 2 highly impactful professional development sessions this year. Her ability to engage and inspire colleagues is truly remarkable. The knowledge and skills she has shared have significantly enriched our professional growth, enabling us to better serve our students. Beyond her contributions within our school, Ms. Sweeney actively engages with our wider community. Recently, she coordinated and co-hosted an evening workshop for families, fostering meaningful dialogue and collaboration. And there's another one next week. Her efforts to strengthen the connection between our school and families have had a profound and positive impact on the success of our students. Today, we gather to express our heartfelt appreciation and admiration for Ms. Sweeney's exceptional contributions. Angelica, your tireless efforts, unwavering dedication, and infectious passion serve as an inspiration to us all. The influence you have had on our school, district, and community is immeasurable. We are immensely grateful for your exceptional work as a counselor, leader, and advocate for our school and community. Please join me in giving a resounding round of applause to Ms. Angelica Sweeney.
I honestly just want to say thank you. This is actually my 2nd year as a school counselor. So I was just super shocked and grateful for this opportunity. But honestly, I couldn't do what I do without my staff, the support of my staff and my principal, Brittany, I see you over there. And the 17 other school counselors at the school district. And then lastly, the support of my family. I love you guys.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you for all you do for everyone. Congratulations.
Let's give Angelica another round of applause. Congratulations. Board President and board members, before we end our presentation tonight, we would like to acknowledge our Employee Recognition Committee members that have given their time and dedication to this important work to recognize our staff this past school year. So if I can, I'm going to name the members. Amber Aguilera from HR, Zyra Jenkins from HR, Connie Barella from Bloomington High School, Leilani Bautista from Grand Terrace High School, Angel Castro from Bloomington High School, Sherry Freund from Terrace View Elementary, Kathy Walk from PPS, Lisa Lennox from PPS, and last, Nicole Hartz from Lincoln Elementary. Let's give them a round of applause. And thank you for this opportunity to be able to recognize our staff, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Director Cervantes. Now we move on to point 3.4. That's what happens when you don't use your computer that you can't figure out. Classified employee, school employee of the year. I would invite Principal Chavez to the podium to recognize employee Eric Squares.
Good evening, Board President Thoring Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Angela Chavez, and I am the principal of Smith Tech Academy. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce to you tonight one of our very own Smith star, Eric Squares, who was just elected as one of San Bernardino County's Classified Employee of the Year. Mr. Squares is currently our night custodian at Smith Tech. Eric has been an invaluable member of our team, working hard every day to keep our school clean and safe for our students and staff. His dedication and professionalism and positive attitude have earned him the respect and admiration of everyone who knows him. We are honored to have him as a member of our school community, and we are thrilled to recognize him tonight for his outstanding contributions. His tireless efforts have made a significant impact on our school, and we are truly grateful for his service. I am honored to have the opportunity to speak about Eric and his contributions to our institution this evening. So I ask you all, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Eric Squares, who was selected as San Bernardino County's Classified Employee of the Year.
Good evening, board members, everybody, staff members from all the CJUSD. I thank you for this award. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it. If I had to just kind of give the short story of this, I was just at work one day and Angela just told me that if I checked my email, and I'm thinking something was important that was happening. I mean, something was important, but when I saw it, I was just in awe because I honestly didn't see what I did that was any different from anybody who would take their job not only serious but also enjoy it, because you got to do what you got what you love, and at the same time try to make an impact. And of course, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, Smith had a few things that just need to be corrected and rectify, and I had to, on my run, just communicate with the staff members and teachers just to let them know, like, if you need anything, just let me know. Whenever I was able to come in early, or anybody that stayed after. And even during the holiday seasons when they was on break and we was still there, if there was anything in particular they wanted done to their classroom, other than what we normally do, just to let me know. If it was from going the extra mile and, cleaning their marker boards, or something in particular they was trying to dispose of. Yeah, in regards to all of that, I didn't see myself being anything better than just what it is that I do. I worked for several school districts before doing security, so I was more interactive with the kids and staff members, just like I am right now with Angela and Tiffany. So communication is always essential. I would bug them when they're off work and let them know if anything was happening. Sometimes even when they would be like comfortable and at home or asleep. But it would be something important though. Because at the same time, if you guys coming in the next day, you guys gonna be wondering, like, why you didn't say anything? I learned from, before we was sent back to the school sites and we chose our, whatever school we wanted to be assigned. I have to thank the team that I was with. They're not here right now. They're assigned at the schools that they are right now. I do thank them, even the team that I'm at, that I have at Smith right now. They know who they are. I communicate with them, and I look to learn. I look to take in the new experience and look for new challenges. The kids know who I am. They're thankful, and they're being very communicative and letting me know about certain things that their classrooms, their bathrooms would need. I think I went overboard in telling them some of that stuff, but but it's the fact that we want them to know that we care, and we do want them to be able to feel as if it's a home away from home. This is all just on the fly, by the way. I'm not, I don't have nothing written down, but I do want to thank the board members that came that day, Mr. Miranda and Mr. Fuentes. I do appreciate this nomination. I do thank the district for giving me the opportunity to be employed and for many years to come. I do thank everybody that I've seen at the school district, even if it was for just a fleeting moment. I do thank you.
Hi, Dr. Miranda. Oh, yeah, come on. Congratulations.
Board President, I just want to acknowledge that Eric's mom is here also.
Oh, Eric,
I think
I'd like to introduce, oh, wait a minute. Poor guy's already under on the hot seat. Eric, would you like to introduce your mother for us?
I strain my voice when I can have this amplified. This beautiful woman here that came with me this evening is my mother, Kimberly Square. Mom, would you like to stand up, please? You wanna say a few words, Mom?
Yay.
There is.
Yay. Eric, I want to say something to you too. Having spent so many years of my life in schools, I don't know if you realize the impact your position has on children. You are a great role model for children. And when you say you maybe told them too much, those kids look up to you and they realize that if they want their school to be a good school, a nice and clean school, they look at you for what you do, how you act and how you behave. And that is all those years of the good male role model is so significant and so important in the lives of all of our kids, boys and girls alike, and for staff members. So, and you're lucky. You're very lucky. Thank you so much, Eric. Congratulations. We're very proud of you.
Thank you. Sometimes the security part of me where I have to kind of be not upfront, but kind of be real with some of the kids comes out. And I think sometimes that shocks them, that they feel as though he's not supposed to be talking to us like that. I'm sure if they're not saying it, they're thinking it.
Well, thank you. Congratulations. Yes. What? Yeah. This time we're at item 4.1, Association of Colton Educators, ACE Sunshine for Colton Joint Unified School District. Public hearing is now open. Pamela Townsend is going to be presenting for us.
Good evening, Board President Thoring Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Pamela Townsend. I'm the Vice President of the ACE, Association of Colton Educators, and I am a member of our bargaining team. And so I bring to you tonight our Sunshine proposal for the 23-24 school year. The first thing is Article 7, Wages and Health and Welfare Benefits. The association is interested in maintaining competitive salary and benefits. Article 13, Leave Policies. The association is interested in updating flexibility concerning the use of leave. Article 18, Medical Coverage for Retirees. Not me yet. The association is interested in adjusting the medical and dental coverage for retirees. Appendix 1, Salary Schedule and Steps. The association is interested in having competitive salary scale and updating column placement language. Appendix 2, Ratio Schedule for non-teaching assignments. The association is interested in adjusting placement language for new employees. Appendix 3, Extra Duty and Miscellaneous. The association is interested in updating extra duty stipends and hourly rates. The association is also interested in amending and updating language. Appendix 4, Coaching and Activity Pay. The association is interested in updating pay. And finally, Appendix 6, Terms. The association is interested in updating the dates for future contract negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments related to the public hearing? Hearing none. We've closed the public hearing. Item 5.1. Announcement regarding public comment for items on the agenda and items not on the agenda. For public comment, each speaker will be invited to the podium and should begin by stating his or her name and residing city. Board Bylaw 9323 states that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Our first speaker tonight will be Michelle Amador.
Good evening, Board President Thoring Ojeda. I'm so sorry. Board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I am here today I'm Michelle Amador. I'm a sophomore, Bruins cheerleader, and a softball player. I am involved in Hope Squad, Marching Band, Winter Drumline, Avid, Upward Bound, and Link Crew. I'm writing this letter in disapproval of your decision to allow Ms. Hilda Vilapando leave the Bruins family. Ms. Vilapando has been the best teacher I've ever encountered. She encourages her students to work to their best potential. Not only is she an amazing teacher, but an amazing Spanish speaker. She has about 30 kids in each of her classes. She makes connections with every single one of them. She teaches to extend in other subjects too. She's taught us resume training. She's taught us how to apply for jobs. Every time we need help for a resume, we always go to her. She's very close to us in the Bruins family. I'm so sorry. Not only has she been a great teacher, but while teaching, she has also listened to other students' problems in the outside world. She has helped them individually and academically and personally. Thank you. Okay, I have 250 student signatures right here to show that we don't want Ms. Villapando to leave the Bruins family and get transferred to Colton Middle School. I feel as if the board, many students, not only just me, but I feel as if the board needs to think about what the teachers do and not just only what by seniority. They should see AP test rates, AP, everything that she does. I think that you guys should not only think about what she's done, but you have to think about the students too. Instead of seniority, the board should look at facts about her. For example, a fact is foreign language enrollments will go down if she leaves. Once she leaves Bloomington High Schools, less biliteracy skills will be lost. And there will be reduced CAS scores. She teaches AP Spanish, Spanish 2, 3, and 4. Her teaching is not only fun, but yet challenging. Thank you for taking your time to listen to my speech. Hopefully you make the right decision and let Ms. Villapando stay at BHS. She is a Bruin and will forever be my favorite teacher. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, could you have we'll take the documents here. Thank you. Our next speaker this evening, Lisa Villa.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lisa Villa, and I reside in Colton. I want to give a shout out to my own son, Colton, who was recently nominated for the prestigious Ken Hubbs Award. This is a complete honor. Do you remember Colton? When he came up here just 4 years ago, begging for you not to get rid of his lifelong beloved coach. His courage to speak got no praise from you or even a handshake. Colton, pleased to you, went in one ear and out the other. No one ever even attended any of his games, but yet our leaders have their hands on every decision that affected him without listening to one word he said. While my son Colton still ended up doing big things during his academic and athletic career at Colton High, and we have not seen the district posts about our son Colton Sucho. You seem to only care about your own children and your friends' children. I have countless concerns about the decisions our leaders make on a regular basis, but there is not enough time to say it all within my 3 minutes of fame. I'm going to focus on the most important topic of the week, which is graduation. As I've said before, our community would appreciate a less police type event and more of a family-friendly, welcoming celebration of our graduates. I am asking for the graduates and their families to be allowed to enter on the field for picture taking, celebrating, and basic Colton graduation camaraderie on the field with our graduates after the ceremony. I've heard a variety of reasons as to why we are not allowed on the field post-graduation. One is that there is a concern with women's high heels damaging the track and field. Just tell us not to wear the high heels and we won't. Problem solved. Second reason is that the staff needs to hurry up and break down the chairs on the stage. This is a horrible reason to have to leave. Every weekend, our infamous field is utilized by everyone on earth. City of Irvine, Orange County, rugby league, men's soccer, the list is endless. But our graduates can't use their own field. If breaking down the chairs is the issue, then let me know, because I will bring people who will be more than willing to break down the chairs and the stage for you, including myself. Our community really dislikes taking pictures with our graduates in the parking lot. Number 3 reason given is that it is unsafe for us to congregate all together on the field. Too many people. It is actually more safe for us to be on the field, in my opinion. We are down at the field level, which makes it easier for security administration and law enforcement to be able to observe from a higher level, from the bleachers, the announcer booth, the top of the snack bar, and so forth. The view and the safety of the graduation crowd is more manageable. should a problem arise. Please let your Yellow Jackets enjoy their own field for an hour after the graduation, at least. It's their field before it's anyone else's. The end of their Colton School District academic life should be an joyous and celebrated moment and not frowned upon. Graduation should be an exciting time for everyone involved, including yourselves. If you give Mr. Abbott the green light to let us enjoy graduation, I'm sure he will oblige the communities he works for because he shows concern for my community. Give our graduation the dignity it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alondra Mateo.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alondra, and I'm a member of the People's Collective for Environmental Justice and a volunteer with the Concerned Neighbors of Bloomington. I am here today to listen to what the architects have planned for the new Zimmerman Elementary School based on our input, and also to remind you to put community first. This is just the beginning of this process, so I urge you to ensure that you continue to keep involved throughout the process and not just in the beginning. All of these documents in the future might be public, but that doesn't mean that the information is accessible. As you know, a lot of community members only speak Spanish, and going forward, a lot of these documents will only be in English. Perhaps a committee of parents, teachers, and community members who can provide input directly and learn about the updates would be more equitable. We didn't get to choose whether or not the school got sold, so we feel like it's necessary to at least make sure that all of our concerns are addressed and that all of the information is accessible. Remember to consider safety for the kids who walk, air filtration because of the truck stop that's going to be right next to it, the use of renewable and clean energy, a nature-centered learning environment, collaborative learning spaces, making sure to keep the Zimmerman heritage and the Bloomington culture present on the new campus, and a lot more concerns that were mentioned throughout all the meetings that have passed. I hope you continue to keep these things in mind throughout the process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. That was our last public comment, so we'll move on to item 6.1, Colton Joint Unified School District Design Plan, end of the year update. Superintendent Miranda will be presenting the plan to us.
Good evening, and it's going to be a team effort tonight. So as we get people up here for the presentation. Alrighty, I think I'll get this going here as we get people here. So good evening, Board President Thorne Ojeda, board members, and myself, I guess, and members of the audience. I want to just welcome everybody here tonight. And I'm extremely pleased to be here this evening with the members of the CJUSD Design Plan Advisory. And you see some of them here and some of them out there. So what we want to do tonight is present end of the year report to the Board of Education. I'm excited about the momentum that we have built with the plan. And I know that you will share in my excitement about where we have achieved and what we have planned in the future, with a single goal of improving outcomes for all students. So with that, our vision statement serves as our North Star, as all of you know, the vision of where we want our students to be when they graduate from our schools. I refer to the work of the design plan and many times, and the vision statement, and it's a reflection of our yesterday within the contextual analysis, our today with the work of the design plan, and our tomorrow with the vision of what we want to achieve. And as we continue moving forward with the work of the design plan, we must figure out how best to make this work stick. throughout the entire organization, certificated classified management. That was our process in developing the model that you see there in front of you on the slide, keeping students first, achievement, equity, and wellness. We believe that this encapsulates or captures rather the intent of the design plan and vision in a marketable way, but does not deviate from its intent and expectations. The design plan work is being led by a group of phenomenal employees from this district representing all areas of the organization. We have members of our advisory team today. They're here this evening, and many of whom have served on the task force and work groups. And they will be presenting here tonight also with us. At the conclusion of the presentation, I'd like to invite the board and members and the advisory team to take a group picture, which will be used on our new design plan website that we have created. So let me share a little bit about the timeline. So I want to share with everyone the overview of what we have accomplished so far. It hasn't been perfect, and we're still working to build a universal understanding of what we are trying to achieve. But I think it's valuable to take a step back and look at where we have started and where we plan to go in the future for Colton George Unified. All of these efforts that are planned in the future are to build understanding and consensus around the needs, efforts, and goals that the plan is built around. So next, I'd like to welcome Dr. Peterson up to present.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. Good evening. And so this quote states, "Knowledge is a skyscraper. You can take a shortcut with a fragile foundation of memorization or build slowly upon a still frame of understanding." So I believe this quote represents what we've learned as we've gone through the process of the design plan with our contextual analysis, and that there's no quick fixes. And as we align the work we are doing, we are building and strengthening not only the foundation, which is our design plan, but the relationships that we have with others as well. So as we work throughout the year to build a broad understanding of the design plan, this has included things like our principal-led design lessons and reframing how information is being presented to our staff. So we've been consistently asked for a consistent message. And so an example of that was our district-wide teacher meeting regarding our DOJ settlement and providing the same information to everyone. And so one of the biggest, I think, things that are most exciting and the biggest hurdles in rolling this redesign of our entire system has been building a focus and a common purpose on why we're making changes. So in order to make changes system-wide, work is being done slowly, intentionally, and by first establishing an understanding of the needs. Where are we not meeting the needs of our students, and how do we implement small changes and then scale successful changes system-wide? There are many excellent things happening in our district and many success stories, but what the design plan aspires to is making excellence the norm, not the exception. So one of the ideas that we keep talking about is creating alignment. Since we have been working to create alignment with the vision, our LCAP, the design plan, and site plans, this allows us to support new initiatives or requirements because they fit within the scope of the work that we're doing. So as part of the differentiated assistance team, we reviewed and used dashboard and performance data for one of our subgroups and found a gap in listening to students. To fill in this gap, we conducted student voice interviews to hear experiences from our students. These interviews, together with the data, provides the overall picture and will help inform the needed changes in practices and our professional learning to support decisions made to improve the outcomes of our subgroups. This is also a common diagram that we see, the 3 pillars that were chosen as our starting point: professionalism, professional learning, and equity, were determined to be our highest needed areas. Those 3 pillars have now spawned to 7 different work groups. Initially, when the design plan was completed, we selected professional learning as our first pillar. After getting things underway, it quickly became apparent that all 3 pillars were intertwined, and initiatives to support the work of all the pillars would occur simultaneously. So many of the presenters that are here today on this advisory team are also serving as liaisons to these work groups, and I appreciate their service in the dual roles and being here tonight for the board update with the work being done. And so one of the other things we continue to talk about is the continuous improvement model. And so during our last update, we discussed the improvement science approach. One of the models that we'll be using throughout this process is the PDSA, or Plan, Do, Study, Act approach. This ensures that there is a continuous pattern of reflection and analysis to ensure that changes to practices and the implementation of new programs are resulting in improvements in student achievement. So if I can provide a quick example, Principal Servant at Grimes worked with her classified staff and put them in several teams. Her nutrition services team set goals with a PDSA model to improve the number of students eating breakfast in the morning. As our staff went through this process, they met consistently throughout the year. At each meeting, they reflected and reviewed the percentage of students eating breakfast in the morning. They made adjustments in their approach based on what was showing improvement and abandoned efforts that did not result in improved participation. This led to implementing a second chance breakfast and moving their student participation, which moved their student participation percentage up to one of the highest in the district. Research shows that students eating breakfast in the morning results in students being able to better focus in class, which leads to better student performance. This example demonstrates the effectiveness of using the continuous improvement model, or the PDSA plan. It is also a demonstration of how our classified staff are an integral part of this work and how they can support a student achievement. I know that that's asked a lot often, and I appreciate Principal Servan's willingness to model this practice at her site and get all of her staff involved in it. And so now I'd like to turn it over to Joda Murphy for an update on professional learning.
The work of our professional learning group centers around a vision for growth, for equity, for building the community of our staff together, about taking risks within our teaching practices, and then really taking stock and seeing like when things are working and when things aren't working, and really persevering through that. I would like for the members of the professional learning team who join me, if you could please stand up tonight. And I know there's just a few of them here tonight, but I want you to understand the commitment that our team has put forward. And I'm not going to make you stand the whole time, but I really want to thank you for your commitment to this work. What we did is, with our professional learning team pioneers, we had a group of teachers, we had certificated staff like counselors, we had administrators, and what we tried to do is make sure that we had representation. You guys can sit down or stay up here, but I feel like you guys are staring at each other awkwardly. Stay over here. Trace, get over here. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna make you run around. Pamela, come on up here. To begin our journey, what we did is really dug into the research and really saw what effective learning systems are doing. And then from there, we really compared it to what's going on in the Colton Joint Unified School District. From that, we created our professional learning team commitment. And what that did is really focus the work around what district office administrators need to do, what site administrators need to commit to, and what our certificated staff needs to commit to in order to make this work. From there, we went out and we talked to our pilot schools, and at our pilot schools, they thought it was like really cool. But what they also said is, this is really cool, not exactly in those words, but they were pleased with it. But they said, we really don't understand what it is that you want us to do. And so like, we'll really strongly consider this, but you need to tell us what it is that you expect of us. So then we really kicked it not into higher gear, because I felt like we were already working really hard. But then what we did is went back to our group, and in our group, we started really looking at what is that going to look like during collaboration time. And our larger group started coming up with what this framework was going to look like. And you see on our screen in here of what it looked like after multiple meetings with our smaller groups, what we decided, like, this is what the framework is going to look like to guide our collaboration in our district. And in that framework, we centered our work around looking at data, coming up with a goal. Then what we wanted to do is to create a plan to meet that goal. We would implement it. We would observe each other in that process. So like teachers would be observing each other, and then really looking at what is the impact on student learning from there. Then I want you to see, because it was very important to this group to make sure that everyone was committed and everyone was standing behind them. I'm a strong believer in making sure we have artifacts along the way to make sure that we have proof like we're standing behind this. So as goofy as it is, whenever we come up with our agreements, we're always going to show that we're all committed to this and we can stand behind this work as we move forward. And I always like the picture of executive cabinet in the middle, but I'm not sure why Dr. Peterson's head got cut off there too. But we really do this was so important to the group though, of making sure that we could stand behind our work, that we could agree to every single word in that document, but that our district office was willing to stand behind this. So then from there, our plan is going to move forward. And actually, Dr. Moore and I got to witness this today of people working in small groups, of looking at our inquiry cycles and then reflecting on our practices to see what's working and what's not working, and then sharing and replicating those effective practices. So our plans in moving forward next year, we've got our 5 pilot schools. All of them agreed to do this. We've got 3 elementary schools of Zimmerman, Crestmore, and Terrace View. And then we have 2 middle schools of Joe Baca Middle School and Ruth Harris Middle School who are going to embark on our pilot journey together. And really what we want to do next year is really look at the framework that we created. We want to be implementing it. We want to see the impact of it, gather feedback from our staff members as we move forward and spread this in the future years. So now I just really want to thank our members for this work, and I would like to introduce Tiffany Hampton.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Hampton, and I'm going to be talking about the Equity Task Force. So we've met a number of times. We've met about 3 times, and we have another meeting coming up on Monday. What we really wanted to do was talk about the equity policy that was passed back in 2020. We went from school site to school site and talked to one another and said, do you really know that there's an equity policy out there? There is a board policy. Did you know it? And most of the comments that came were, no, we had no clue. And so we had to make sure that when we were in our first meeting that we took that equity policy out, went through it. They got it beforehand. We looked at it. We went through it. And then it talks about the marginalized groups that we have here in the district. Well, then we had to identify who are those marginalized groups that we're talking about? Who are the people? I don't know why that's going on. So we wanted to know who are the people that we're actually going to be focusing on, the staff and the students here in the district. So some of the individuals that we wanted to make sure that we talked about or made impact within the district were as follows. So we are focusing our attention towards, of course, African American students, and all of this is based on data, Native American students, the LGBTQIA+ community, students with disabilities, and not such just the RSP, SDC, mild to moderate, not all of those, but what about the students that are blind or deaf that we may have in the district? What about the students with medical conditions outside of that need a 504 plan for ADHD, but what about those students that may have OCD, ODD, those other conditions that we may not focus on a whole lot. We talked about teen mothers. What do we do for our mothers here in the district? We do have students who do have babies on the way. So what are we doing to support them? Low SES in our district, so those students that need a little bit more support when it comes to socioeconomics. Minority religious group affiliations. So we talked about sometimes we focus a lot on maybe the majority religion, but we don't talk about or focus on maybe those who are of a different religious affiliation and what that means for them when it comes to their job, their time off, their practices, their holidays that they have to actually commemorate. And then also we talked about, of course, our EL students and the newcomers specifically, and then of course our foster homeless population. And much of this is in tandem with what we've been talking about for us being in differentiated assistance, along with focusing on our EL population as we know we need to for the upcoming years to come. So those are the groups that we identified. So when we came back to our meeting, there was also a great group, I want to shout them out, from Joe Baca Middle School who reached out and they said, so what are we doing? What are we doing for our LGBTQ population? So we can talk about what we're doing with our ethnic groups, but here's another group, another population that doesn't feel heard. They don't feel heard. They don't feel a part of. So what are we doing for them? So they came to the equity meeting that we just had, the third meeting, and they made a presentation. And from that presentation, we're now looking at considering a focus group that we're going to meet with on Monday. And we're having more talks about what we are going to further do to make sure that that particular community feels a part of CJUSD and that they're getting the supports that they need in CJUSD. So lots of work happening with the equity group, and we look forward to meeting again as a whole when we come back during the school year. But we're about 40 strong of counselors, teachers, administrators, classified, certificated across the board. We also have assistant soups on there, directors. So really making sure that we get all the voices in the room, and definitely looking forward, as Dr. Peterson said, to working with those voices, the student voices that are actually coming out and speaking how they feel, and making sure that school is equitable for them and they feel as if they are invested, just as we are hoping to make sure that we're invested in them. So that's what we have going on for equity. Thank you. Early Literacy Task Force.
All right, good evening, everyone. All right, so I'm here representing the Early Literacy Task Force. This has been a year in the making. But through research of best instructional practices for literacy, district site visits, and collaboration, we have drafted a plan for enhancing K-6 literacy in Colton Joint Unified. In this plan, we have these areas that we did write reports on. The first being professional learning. Our strategies include providing letters, training, and support to all teachers in our district and train administrators to help support our teachers with research-based reading instruction. We also have instruction as part of that, and the strategies will involve teachers will provide instruction based on a progression of foundational skills and allocate instructional minutes with the ELA block as recommended for each grade level. Then our next focus was intervention. Our strategies include using multiple measures to determine which students will receive intervention based on data from multiple measures. The intervention instruction will be based on the science of reading, and there will be a consistent progress monitoring. And finally, we hope to implement a literacy-based summer program. Next was curriculum. In the near future, we are hoping to adopt a science of reading ELA program that will provide and follow a district scope of sequence for foundational reading skills, decodable text for struggling readers, and resources to support the science of reading-based strategies. Next will be assessment. And here we will re-examine our assessments to align with foundational skills, develop district-wide consistent expectations or checkpoints for science of reading foundational skills, and eventually realign our report cards and progress reports with science of reading skills. Last was staffing. We are looking and interested in hiring additional TOAs to provide support in literacy to implement this plan. There will not be a TOA for every site, but we're thinking for each cohort, one in Bloomington, Colton, and Grand Terrace. That would support the literacy practices as teachers are going on this new journey. A draft of the implementation plan also includes a timeline with the next few years showing what we plan to do to implement each of these strategies so that our plan is successful. An important part of this plan is for all teachers to receive training in letters. Letters is based on the science of reading. And this is kind of a big thing because I know a lot of us have been trained in balanced literacy. So this is a new way of thinking, focusing on more phonics and decoding skills to really help those early readers to become successful. Because again, our goal is to get all of our students reading by third grade. The task force also presented this report to teachers throughout the district because each school is represented by either a classroom teacher or TOA. We did present it and the teachers were able then to provide feedback. The things that we saw consistently with the feedback was that teachers want co-planning opportunities for literacy instruction, co-teaching opportunities for literacy instruction, and much needed collaboration to work on this new idea of the science of reading. So here is our whole group. Most of us have been there most of the time, but I do want to say it has been an amazing journey. I now have a passion for literacy. I enjoyed literacy before, completely different, but my mind has been blown, especially learning about the science of literacy and what we have put forth in this plan to move forward with our teachers and instruction for our students. I will tell you, for me personally, it has ignited a fire and I'm really excited. And just on a final note, I would like to suggest this podcast, Sold a Story, if you have not heard it, by Emily Hanford. I just finished it this week. Thank you, Dr. Hyder, for sharing. It is definitely what is behind our why for this literacy task force as we move forward for our students in the district, especially on literacy and reading.
Good evening. So in response to our design plan contextual analysis, we really needed to take a look into our hiring practices. And so often we think about hiring practices as setting up interviews and who's ever in front of you, you're going to select one of those individuals. But post-COVID, we realized that the world has changed. I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but if you go get a job at Panda Express, not to give them any commercial, although I love the orange chicken there, but you can make $24 an hour starting. And so the world has changed, right? And so really the hiring practice has changed to recruitment and retention. And if we don't move toward that type of a philosophy, we will not be able to not only retain, but recruit the best of the best in any position that we may have. And so we started with our management positions by adding a technical and leadership panel, but first starting by gathering input. And so, for example, in hiring our IT director, we went to that department to ask for input. What attributes or skills do you hope to see in your future manager? We took that input and we shared it with the first round panel, second round panel, and last, our third round panel. And we asked them to look through the eyes of the input. It is a mistake to come into an interview thinking, what do I want? You know, you need to be thinking about the people that this manager is going to serve and support. And so really gathering that input from those individuals, but also the candidates who do not receive the position, as well as the candidate who may be awarded per the recommendation of the approval from the board, we asked them, how did you enjoy that experience or not enjoy the interview process? So taking that feedback, we've been able to really enhance and improve that process. But once again, it's about retention and recruitment. And so calling these candidates and saying, how can we improve the process for you in the future, has helped them to come back and apply again, and also has helped us to maybe use them in other positions besides the one that they were interviewing for. For site certificated positions, we really have to focus on it's really easy when you create a candidate pool, let's say for a math teacher. Everybody who applies, we do the screening, they went to school, they got their credentials. But the one thing that we forget about is, can they share that information that they've acquired with students? Can they connect? Not only academically, but social emotionally. And so we really want to help frame a new process for that, where we have multitude of people in that interview panel, because typically when you're hiring for a teacher, you're going to maybe have the site administrator, the AP, another certificated person, but why not include the classified person who's going to be dealing with those calls of resources they may need, or maybe they're out absent or they need a sub. So we really need people on that panel to be aware of those soft skills that sometimes we don't acquire in our credentialing programs. We also are looking at the classified process as well. And once again, having someone who understands that trade or that area, but really looking for that emotional intelligence as well. As we heard tonight, we had a gentleman who really believes in the kids, the administration, the community, and that's why he works so hard in his capacity. It's not just about being a custodian. It's about being a leader and a role model. Next here, Abraham Lincoln once said that leadership does not have an address. And what he meant by that is leadership is not about a location, And it's not about a few titles within an organization. Everyone within an organization should be a leader. And so the Leadership Academy is inspired by that belief that all employees can lead no matter what position that you may be in. So we have a very eclectic group of people in this particular academy. We've had 5 seminars. We will conclude in Gettysburg, where we'll walk across the battlegrounds and really take a closer look into Abraham Lincoln strategies that have brought us to where we are today. And so I'll just share, I'm standing here tonight as an assistant superintendent, but I was an instructional assistant when I first came into education. I was a sub-custodian, teacher, counselor, and then I joined administration, which they called the dark side at that time. But I vowed to, to make it the lighter side in a sense, because once again, like we heard from the gentleman tonight, whether you have children or not, we get into this particular profession to help build our future leaders. And so Leadership Academy is really focused on that. And we've done 5 seminar meetings. We've studied 3 books, 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, Switch, and my favorite book, Leadership is an Art. And so if you haven't read those books, it will really help you to understand where the world is going in regards to leadership. Final, our Classified Professional Learning Committee. Their focus is definitely to look at the effective communication and collaboration that we're having with classified employees to build their capacity and build partnerships, to develop and to introduce the career ladders that we have built within our organization and the career ladders that may exist beyond our organization. We also want to connect them to resources. One of the things that we want to take advantage of is the articulated agreement with our local colleges and technical schools to help people not only acquire skills, but build and acquire college credit. The other thing, their goals and their focus is to identify training needs by sending out surveys. Sometimes we might offer something, but we haven't asked the people who are doing the work, what would you like training on? So really focusing on getting that information. Using insights from other task force and conferences or workshops has been helpful, and really planning a summer development opportunity. And right now we have a date, July 14th, to really bring our classified staff together to provide the training that they feel they need via the surveys. And from this, we're listening to the input from this committee to develop a classified leadership academy. And so once again, I'm not sure if you're aware, but over the last 3 years, we've hired 87 new managers. And we've hired hundreds of other positions as well. But the one thing that we forget to do is teach them how to be successful. You know, sometimes we just put them in a classroom or in an office and say, just be great. You know, but I know my children wouldn't be where they were today if my wife and I didn't take the time to stop and teach and then let them go ahead and show us that they can do it better. And that's often something that we miss. So ultimately, we're very excited for what we're learning and where we're going as a district. And thank you for your time. And I'd like to turn the time over to Dr. Ortiz.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Here to talk about the Parent Professional Learning Group. The first slide just represents part of the description in the design plan regarding equity, and really our focus of what we want and need from our parents. So I do want to thank Dr. Wendy Moore and Alejandra de la Torre, who've been working with our parent group. This is a group of parents who is great, more than 20 parents who are representative of different levels in terms of elementary, middle, and high school. Their children represent various programs, geographical boundaries, and linguistic preferences. So we are confident that we have a diverse group of parents representing this group. This year, we've had 5 collaborative sessions with this team. Really, the essence of the beginning sessions was to build a sense of team and ownership so that they really feel part of the group and the team and the district and part of our design plan. Each participant received their own copy of the design plan in English or Spanish, depending on need and language preference. The activities of the group, really, we looked at parents' insights regarding their experience, not only at the school site level, but in the district overall. So looking at areas or asking them to identify areas that we are doing well in, but also areas that they feel that we could grow in as well. We also captured parents' perspective of their children's experiences in the district since they've been part of CJUSD. That data, those questions and all that data from the surveys that we had the parents participate in was transcribed into spreadsheets. The parents met again to now make sense and analyze that data and identify specific themes or topics that we could utilize to focus our work for the coming year. So the final phase for this year for the professional learning parent group this year will be a summer session to continue to look at what our parent needs are and identify, prioritize those needs and focus areas and strategize what our work will be for the 23-24 school year. And I'd like to call up Dr. Clark.
Let's see. Oh, there I am. All right, I'd like to revisit our Alludo online professional development platform that's hosting our CJUSD Connect game. Thanks to the pioneering efforts of ESD PK6, Connect continues to grow as a full district game with access to classified, certificated managers, administrators, all in one place. We can look at some data. As you can see, CJUSD Connect in the last 3 years, there's been 18,485 completed activities, 5,434 hours completed, 2,227 learner engagements. But when we drill down even a little bit more, we can look at just all aboard, which is our CJUSD design plan. So we took that day from July and we made it into a game and allowed all of the people that were not able to attend on July another opportunity to have access to those, to that professional development and those activities. You can see here we have 1,079 engaged learners, 2,253 activities completed, 176 submissions completed, and 918 hours completed. And there are still people playing this game. They can play it until the end of the year to complete their mission, their badge for all aboard CJUSD design plan. One of the highlights that I'd like to share with you, a personal highlight for me, is being a presenter. I was a presenter, Joda, Tiffany were presenters on that day in July, and being able to actually roll it into the game and then have those approvals from the people that are playing gives you that deep connection and helps you to build community. When you present somewhere, you rarely have an opportunity to have feedback from the people that attended, but in our CJUSD Alludo All Aboard Connect game, we're able to do that. So if people are asking questions, if they want to go deeper, you're able to fully explain what's happening or the content that you just presented to them. So it's been really eye-opening. It's been a way to even go further and keep that learning going, opposed to it just being a one and done.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Doesn't that feel good when I say that? She just became a doctor, so we got to give it to Dr. Clark there, Nairi. So next steps here. So we're almost at the end here, and you know, as our liaison shared this evening, much of the work that has been done in 22-23 school year has been foundational. And as Dr. Peterson stated earlier, establishing a strong foundation is paramount to the success of the design plan. Next year, we'll begin to strategically implement in the school settings with the design plan and also in the school settings, as you heard in our presentation, with the reflection inquiry occurring to measure effectiveness. So that process is really important. Replication on a system-wide scale will be intentionally designed based on measured of success. So in this design plan, we are not afraid to take a step back and change course, call an audible, right? Change the play or whatever. If something's not working, we are willing and open to try new things, and we are driven to do this work. And you feel the passion from these folks that are working because it means we'll be doing what is right for our students in CJUSD. So at this point, I'd like to thank the board for allowing us to present an update on the design plan. And I'd like to welcome any questions or comments the board may have at this point before we bring up the committee for a picture and recognition.
Any comments or questions? Bertha?
Yes. First of all, I want to thank the whole task force, the whole committee that has been working on this this whole year, this past year. So I just want to thank you for your hard work and for setting the direction for our district and our plan, our rollout plan of what we're going to do next. So thank you so much for that. And all I would like to say is, as a board member, don't let us get in your way. Sometimes, we tend to do that. So instead, I'm going to say, how can we help you continue the implementation? So just some of the notes that I wrote here that, when you went to the teachers and you asked what they needed, they needed co-planning, co-teaching, opportunities, collaboration, time. So how we're going to do that is going to be a challenge, but I know that teachers can get very creative, principals can get very creative as to how we can get this accomplished. Because if this is what the teachers are saying, it has to happen. We have to make it happen. So the Literacy Task Force, thank you. Thank you so much for your dedication, and please pass that on to the members. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Flores. Any other comments? Mr. Flores.
Sure, thank you. Briefly, thank you. This has been a pretty incredible endeavor from the get-go. And there's a lot packed into it. And this could have easily been an hour-long presentation for each section. In that respect, being able to implement this is going to be the challenge to really roll this out. We've all probably participated in a strategic planning process where we've created these wonderful binders and then they go up on the shelf and they sit on the shelf and they collect dust. This has to be a living, breathing endeavor that we can roll out and see it in action in our district. That'll be the challenge. I liked and appreciate Dr. Miranda, you mentioning that as we go, we will learn and have to make adjustments. We know that. This is the first time we've done anything on this scale. And we need to listen to what's working and what's not working. It may work great in a focus group, but in a classroom of third graders, it's not happening. So that feedback from not only the top down, but the bottom up, so has to be integral to this. And I'm hoping that we'll have systems in place where there can be that level of feedback so that we can make adjustments based on what actually works in the real world setting, if you will. And then lastly, as comprehensive as this is, the goal is fairly simple. We want to see improvements, measurable improvements in the indicators, particularly the academic indicators, but also behavioral indicators and attendance. We've talked a lot about that because if the students are not in the classroom, then none of this really works. So we want to see movement in that area and see the improvement. And if it's not there, then we need to adjust. So, but I appreciate the work that's gone into this. This is pretty incredible, and it has the propensity to change this district for years to come. So, thank you.
Mr. Fuentes.
I won't repeat what they said, so I just want to say thank you for all the hard work. The Literacy Task Force, thank you. We need to get that up there. The hiring practices, also, thank you very much. I know Bertha and myself, we're participating in the Leadership Academy, and we've been reading those books. And it's amazing to see just the impact, the group of us that are there. And I know Dr. Clark knows, and some of you who are part of this, how impactful it is when you're able to learn and work together. And then to end the Leadership Academy at somewhere where it's history. We're going to Gettysburg, we're going to see this, we're going to walk this. And it's amazing because the way we do it there is the way we hopefully do it when we do it in our classrooms too. Because we want our kids to one day be able to walk in those steps, get to see where the Civil War was, where Abraham Lincoln walked, where the president's White House, all of those things, even here locally in Southern California. So the academies, the things that we do for our kids are key. And I think this design plan is the key to our district. And like you said, and I think I'll reiterate what Board Member Flores said, is it's as we go, we're gonna have to tweak it, but we're working on it and we're gonna get it done. And hopefully it will impact not just ourselves, but the community around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Any other? Mr. Ibarra?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for the report. I'd like to just review the 5 pilot schools that were chosen. Can you rename them for me, please?
Zimmerman, Crestmore, Thank you, Terrace View and Joe Baca Middle School and Ruth Harris Middle School. And I forgot to say this before, but some of them were brought on because the teachers in the group felt like their schools were ready for it. So they brought their administrators in, so.
Okay, Mr. Superintendent, the question I have is the equity. How come a Cone School was not chosen?
Yeah, if you.
We took it, we didn't want to force this on any of the schools. It's a huge endeavor when you look over the framework and the commitment that has to come from the staff. So we didn't want to force this on any school. So the schools that volunteered are the schools that we were going to go with, and we believe it's going to continue to grow from there. We do have a Colton school, Colton High School, who's going through the inquiry process. This will be probably their 3rd year going through this. So it's a part of their school, like culture, but they're not necessarily a pilot school. So Colton is still doing it.
Yeah, all the schools are part of the process. Every single school, even though they're maybe not piloting, they've gone through, for example, NISL training, they've gone through the design plan training. So at some point we'll scale it out so that encompasses the district wide, so.
Were any of the Cone schools offered the opportunity?
All the schools were offered the opportunity.
And no one stepped forward?
I think at this point that we didn't have a volunteer from the Colton schools, but that's something I think there's confidence that it's going to be scaled out to all the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? I'm really excited to see this happening. It's a huge endeavor, and I thank the committee and everyone who participated in that, because I can see it was a huge amount of work. When we talk about implementation, and I understand the selection of schools needing people who are ready, because change is scary for people. And as they see the schools that are participating and really jumping into it, it won't be as scary when that next school takes part and gets really involved in it. And they will be involved somewhat throughout the process, I know. My question is, I know that tonight we have on the agenda an item that to be more specific in the analysis, the data that's being collected, and people, I imagine the principals have access to that data. How much training are we going to be giving these people so they really understand that? I know they do some, but they understand the data, especially when it comes to skills, the assessments. Will they be given adequate training, every grade level leader at the site, so they really understand this? When they go in the collaborative teams, they can explain it and work together and do hands-on with that so that it's meaningful to everyone? Is that part of the plan? I'm assuming it is. And we're going to, she was talking about collaboration. We're going to have enough time, adequate time set aside that we have to figure out a way to do that. And it probably costs us money, and I think this board's going to support whatever we need to do, because I see this as really making a difference for all of our kids. So I'm really excited to see that. So thank you very much for all the hard work, and I look forward to seeing it as we move out ahead and do the right thing for all of our kids across the board. I mean, it won't be something that everyone will have. Eventually, everyone will do it and be an expected behavior. But, understanding that at the beginning, we need people who can learn enough, quickly enough to understand it and help those who don't get it, especially those people at the schools that can go out and maybe do some, I'm hoping that we'll do some district-wide training of schools as they come on.
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
latter
Yeah,
years.
we've been in a process of training for several years now.
Right.
Principals, school sites, they've gone through extensive training, grade levels. That's happening. That's not going to stop as we move forward with a design plan. Well, even though we're redesigning systems and process, it's still boils down to relationships at the school sites, the support they need. And what this is defining our identity as a school district. And the communication piece that we're continue to, it's a lot of information. You notice there's a lot of task force, a lot of from the design plan that we're working on. So that does take time. There is a sense of urgency because we want our kids to perform today. And of course, PD, professional development being our focus is what we've been doing with not only with our principals, but our site leaders, our teachers, and that's our focus. So
Eventually, there will be accountability that everyone will participate and do.
Exactly. And speaking of accountability, executive cabinet and myself are being held accountable by the advisory on the implementation. And that's why it's different, the strategic plan today, because we meet on a regular basis and we talk about how are we doing with support? Are we doing the things we said we did? We walk in the talk. And that's why all these people are part of this process, that we are, we're presenting something that is happening. It's living, it's fluid, and it's going to be scaled. I'll make it again very clear that the expectation, this is district-wide. This is every single school is part of this process. That every school is implementing the design plan. Even if they're not piloting something, doesn't mean that they're not part of this process. Right. That's not what's happening.
Now, I'll use the example I used of Grimes Elementary. So part of, again, each school is going to come up, have a different model of continuous improvement.
Right.
And so that's one of the ones that aren't piloting it, but they're using the PDSA model as their inquiry piece and doing the work that way.
I imagine when we decided to join into this venture, there was a lot of data presented to us and facts about what other districts across the United States have done. Is there data from those schools to show the kind of growth that those districts have had? I mean,
when we started the whole process, it was based on high performing systems, not nationally, but nationally and also worldwide. So we looked at those high performances, so we can provide that to the
I would love to see some of that, to see our eye in the sky where we're going to be headed in Colton, the kind of success that we're going to be seeing down the road, or what we should expect to see.
Yeah, exactly. So we're comparing ourselves to the highest performance systems worldwide.
And why not?
Why?
Our kids can do it too.
That's right. So
our kids can do it.
We're going big.
That's right. I'm excited.
I have one more question, if possible.
Yes, go ahead, Mrs. Flores.
For the literacy task force, I know part of the planning last year was that the task force visited some good practices that are in pockets around the district. Is that going to continue, the actual site visits?
I know with our task force, we do plan to continue working next year, and I'm sure it's definitely going to be happening because one of the things that our teachers really want to see is that co-planning and co-teaching and collaboration and working with schools across the district is going to be super important for that piece, especially as many of our teachers are already going through letters training. And as we went to these site visits, we saw a lot of those strategies and practices being put in place. So it's going to be important that our other teachers get those opportunities to be able to see letters trained teachers doing the science of reading, activities. And as you're talking about collaboration, and this is what I asked the executive cabinet as well, is we need time. We're gonna need time. So whatever that takes, we're gonna need it.
Okay.
That's our biggest thing.
I
We want to be with our kids 100% of the time. We don't want to be pulled out. So we're going to have to come up with a solution. of giving us the time. So the less things that are taken off our plate, I'm speaking as a teacher, take more things off our plate so that we can focus on the kids. More time.
I hear you. I'm sure our board is hearing that. Thank you.
We hear loud and clear from Ellie, and we thank her for that. And we understand that time is the gift of time to teachers collaborate, plan, go, that's a critical and essential part of this process. And so absolutely.
My concern about every single teacher is that when you're a second grade teacher, if everybody does it, but one does not, the third grade teacher the next year pays for that. And those kids aren't ready. So we need to make sure this is definitely across the board and every single teacher is going to be doing it so that we can really see the growth in all of our kids.
Question.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for our team.
Well, if I may, I do again want to thank our advisory team and liaisons who are here present tonight. And at this point, I'll tell you, the amount of work that's gone in, they've been working, the work groups is immeasurable. It goes beyond our expectation, not only researching, collaborating, just learning together, and just doing something really ambitious, if you will, and why not? So I appreciate the dedication, and it boils down to outcomes and success for our students. They deserve it. And so just working together with this great group, collaborating. So I want to like to present our advisory team members certificates of appreciation for the commitment to our students in our district. So we're going to call you up as Dr. Peterson has certificates, and we would love to take a picture with the board, and so we can put it on the website and make it marketable and real for all of you. So Dr. Peterson? Go ahead, you can call them.
Okay. I'm gonna pass out the.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Figure this out.
some of our people are not here tonight, so our first one would be our CSEA President, Anthony Guadarrama. Our counselor, Ashley, Ashley Labella. Our ACE President, Christina Parachi, is part of our team. Liz Pacheco, who unfortunately couldn't make it tonight, is one of our liaisons as well. I'm just going to keep going through it. Ellie Carley. Dr. Anthony Ortiz. Joanne Baeza. Joda Murphy. Jordan Jackson. Not here tonight. Katie Orloff. Marissa Hernandez.
Where's Katie?
Marissa Hernandez. Marissa Lopez. Dr. Nairi Clark. Those of you that don't know, she just completed her dissertation. Philip May. Tiffany Hampton. And Virginia Flores.
We can take a picture. We're going to.
Okay, if we can get everyone to come up in front for a photo.
Oh, boy.
It's pretty exciting to think about what we have ahead of us with our kids. Okay, we're on to item 6.2, Zimmerman Elementary School rebuild from the Business Services Division. Assistant Superintendent Fromm.
Good evening. What a night it's been so far for the celebration of our great employees, our greatest students, the great plan design that we have going on. Now, going on with that theme, I'm going to introduce Owen Chang, our Director of Facilities, and our architect from DLR to give an update on the rebuild at Zimmerman Elementary School.
Good evening, Board President Joanne Thoring Ojeda, Board members, Superintendent Miranda, members of the public. Want to thank the board for the opportunity to provide an update on the community and stakeholder meetings. That's for the design of the new Zimmerman Elementary. It's really quite an exciting endeavor and an honor for me to participate in the process to design a brand new state-of-the-art school for our students and our family and our wonderful community. So during the April 20th board meeting, staff and DLR group provided kind of a midpoint update to the board on our symposium process. So we have since included a series of committee meetings, with the last meeting taking place virtually on May 8th. So DLR group has gathered all the information and inputs from the various meetings and have formulated them into various architectural concept layouts that we'll be presenting tonight to the board. We'll have total of 4 concept designs that we'll present to the board at 2 site locations. So at the conclusion of the meeting, one thing we would like to get direction from the board is to select a location so we can continue to move forward and build up on the momentum and continue on the design of the new Zimmerman Elementary. So at this time, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Brian Leonard, Principal with DLR Group.
Good evening, Board President Thoring Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I really love the theme that you guys have today. I'm really thrilled to be celebrating with you guys. I feel like the conclusion of the symposium process is a bit of celebration in itself as well. You guys have had a really tremendous turnout. The audience members that have participated, it's been great input. It's been really fun to work with everyone and to see several of you there at the process throughout the process. And so this presentation is really to inform you of kind of where we've come and to present the decisions and the input from the community so that we can start to make decisions and move forward together as a group. So just recapping where we've been in the symposium process, we had a series of sessions starting with the executive cabinet, the visioning session. We had sessions 1, 2, and 3, which is that structured input process where we were listening to all the goals, the facts, the needs. And then the third session that was so much fun with everybody to work through solutions. And then that culminated with us translating a lot of those concepts that were produced in session 3 into more refined architectural ideas and that was the fourth session where we had a digital presentation. And so tonight we'll be distilling of those ideas. And then we've also created some three-dimensional imagery of what those sites might look like so that we don't have to leave as much to the imagination as to how they would be oriented on the site. And so tonight you can see with the arrow, we're on May 18th and this is the board presentation. So this does officially conclude the formal community outreach process, but it does not conclude the process. There's still a lot more input that we need to go through. There's still a lot more involved in the design. We'll go through that at the end. Just a plug for everyone here and the board that the website is still up, should be up for some time. And all the information that we're producing will be going onto the website. We are hoping to make sure that everything's in Spanish. And I know that, the community members are great to remind us when we don't have something posted. There's a lot of information on the slide, but this is just kind of a snippet, just a small piece of a lot of the information that was gathered. There's some really great input and, I love the goals that you guys have all set. And we hope and aspire to create solutions with you that begin to accomplish as many of those goals as possible. We went through the goals, the facts, the needs, and really had all of this as the foundation for generating the solutions. This is some images that we had from the process. It was great attendance. Several of the board were there, and we were so thrilled to have your input and your participation. A lot of community members. We even had a student there who had some great ideas, and it was a really fun process. I really love the image on the top right where we have the manipulatives out, the little pieces of foam core that allowed people to design and work with the site and really try and create solutions that solved all the goals that we established. So that third session, the workshop produced 7 different solutions. We're not surprised that, there were 3 different, if you imagine the site broken into 3 pieces, it's an L shape. We call them quadrant 1, quadrant 2, and quadrant 3. The quadrant 1 or site option 1, those are the 2 concepts that were produced on the left. Site option 2 got the most attention. That's the one on the bottom right portion of that L shape of the site. And that got 5 different scenarios. And of course, site option 3 didn't get any attention because I don't think anyone is very interested in having a school located adjacent to Cedar. So that was kind of a vote to eliminate site option 3 from most of the user group. So when we distilled those 7 concepts down, really there were 3 key concepts when we looked at the zoning and analyzed the differences between those 3. And so we selected the 3 more specific options of those 7 to continue to develop. And on top of that, when we had the group kind of work through the manipulatives, there was clusters of classrooms. There was a piece for the library, a piece for the NPR, but there's a whole lot more information that goes into site planning. And so there are a couple of layers that we transposed on top of the solutions that the group produced. And so the next 2 slides are going to really describe what additional layers of information we begin to use as we created those architectural concepts. One is the idea of academic concepts and how classrooms are organized into pods. And so there's 2 different versions or concepts that we use. One is a radial pod, and that's like little groups of classrooms organized around collaboration areas. And then those are organized further around either a central space or quad. And then there's more of a linear clustering where little groups or small communities of classrooms are put together along a line. And each of those are different strategies for organizing a campus. And then, of course, there's the discussion of campus scale and the integration with nature. One of the key things that we ended up talking about, we had these image boards that people voted on. And these are images that a lot of the groups selected out of that process. But one of the key discussion points that seemed to be resulting from that was the discussion of, is it a single-story campus or is it a 2-story campus? And so one of the things that, as Owen and I were talking through this, that we wanted to provide the board with a little bit of explanation onto some of the pros and cons of 1- and 2-story campuses. And at the end of the presentation, we'd love to get some input on you guys and if there's any preferences that you'd like to communicate as well. But with 2-story construction, there's a couple of really positive elements that come out of it. We've got the potential of innovative academic spaces that are perhaps non-traditional and older educational models. So a lot of single-story campuses don't have access to double-height spaces, learning steps, and some other things that we can do with two-story campuses where the learning spaces are stacked. The other benefit to two-story construction is it limits the amount of site development. And there's a really big number associated with the cost for developing an acre that we're being told by our cost estimators. It's about $2.5 million an acre in development, which is a significant sum. So there's an advantage to consolidating that footprint and limiting the amount of site acreage that we have to develop. So that's a positive thing. It does reduce the total building envelope. So that means like the amount of exterior walls is limited, and so it's generally more energy efficient, and it gives us more options for the selection of types of efficient HVAC options, for instance. And then, of course, because it's stacked, you've got better access to natural daylight for most of those classrooms. That doesn't mean that we can't get great natural daylight for a single-story option, but just generally it's easier to access light. Some of the cons, the negatives. So for kindergarten through second grade, code doesn't allow us. There are exceptions that we can do, but they tend to be somewhat costly for putting kindergarten through second grade on the second floor of a two-story campus. And so that would be a limitation. Generally, for a K through 6 campus or TK through 6 campus, it's not a significant limitation because you have so much on the ground floor. But that is a limitation. There is the added cost of stairs, elevators, and there are code requirements for a more restrictive type of construction, just meaning that the materials need to be more fire resistant. It does require fire sprinklers, although we would likely include fire sprinklers even with the single story. And in general, the structures just tend to be taller. I will say that there are certain structures on campus will have to be two-story or seem a taller height and volumes, such as the NPR, sometimes the library. Those spaces tend to have more volume and vault, and so there will be structures that will seem two-story. All right, so as we get into the schematics, we have 4 options. And so each slide or each concept is going to have a formal floor plan, which I'll just quickly run through, and then a more developed version of it based on input. We did have a presentation yesterday with the site staff, which was really fun, and we got a lot of input. It seemed like, I'll just give you kind of a summary of some of the input, and this is not, we didn't take a detailed poll, but just generally, elective hands. There was a lot of support for site option 2. This is showing site option 1, which is the top right quadrant of the site. So there's a lot of support for that. And then we also asked them about whether they had a preference for single-story or two-story construction. And in general, the majority of them were generally open to either. They liked the ideas of 2 stories and they liked 1 story, and they were just kind of open to things. I'd say at least 80%, 90% of the room was open to either. All right, so concept 1. This is the site that's in the top right quadrant, and it has access to Santa Ana on the top and Larch on the side. And so we have more access to roadways. It does create a buffer along the left to create some space between the campus and the gas station, since it's adjacent to the gas station. It is a single-story option and shows all the classrooms on the first floor, and it does show them in a radial or a ring configuration with most of the public spaces, such as the NPR, the admin, and the library, and NPR on the right. Kinder is also on the right, and you'll see that in all the options, we've got separate bus drop-off, separate kinder, and separate parent drop-off. So those 3 elements really need to be segregated. A lot of input from the site staff and from folks that we've generally showed this. They like the circulation, but their biggest comment was they were not a fan on the adjacency to the gas station. So that was probably the most significant comment. There are some positives to this in that it's further away from the Crestmore site, which is south of the proposed site. And so this creates the most distance and probably is the most beneficial solution for dealing with traffic. But I would say this probably has the least support of the folks that we've presented to. So concept 2, and these are going to start to show, this one is a 2-story option, and it's going to show the development of that lower right-hand quadrant, site option 2. This one is a 2-story version of the 1st-story one that we showed. You can see that the footprint of the buildings is a lot more consolidated and allows you to have, 2-story height library spaces and collaboration spaces, which is really fun. And you'll see that everything is oriented now off of Larch. And so most of the parking, if you were to zone it, you'd have parking on the right, campus in the middle, and fields on the left. And this one's great for drop-off and kinder and the bus loop. We did get some comments from site staff that they didn't want the bus and the kinder to have adjacent access off of one another, so they wanted those segregated. So we did explore another version of this, which showed, even though the site's down on the bottom right-hand portion of the site, it is possible to, for instance, bring a bus loop in along the top so that you could still have, and you can see the parking adjacent to the campus. You could still have kinder along the bottom, but then bus could come along the top and provide access on the north side of the site with adjacency to the NPR. Has great flow. I think this one is really helpful for expansion, gives you lots of expansion opportunities. If the campus needed to grow, they could grow to the north, the fields could grow to the left, even the parking could grow up as well. And then the bus loop does give an opportunity to service the other portion of the site pretty well with access to Santa Ana. Site option 3 is another 2-story option. Concept 4 will be another single story. So we're doing back-to-back 2-story here. This one's more of a linear clustering of the academic spaces. And you'll see on the right is the bus loop, and then on the top is a large parking lot that is both the main drop-off and the kinder drop-off, which is really fun. It's great because it limits the number of drive entry points off to Larch, and it does get the parking as far away from Crestmore for this site option as possible. So that's a benefit to that. The 2-story component to this one is a little bit different in that it's not 100% interior circulation. So while it is linear, we've got the classrooms along that bar of classrooms along the bottom, and those are all interior, but it's exterior circulation to get to the admin, to the NPR, to the kinder area. And so this one's actually a pretty nice hybrid if you wanted a balance of both outdoor and interior circulation, where most of the academic spaces themselves are inside. So that's pretty cost effective as well. So that one looks like this. Has some great opportunity for covered areas if we connect those buildings together to provide covered outdoor areas in between classrooms. So those, if I go back, you can see, getting ahead of myself. There we go, found the button. So you can see those cuts through the building. They provide really great opportunities for those classrooms adjacent to that to have some outdoor space. All right, and then the last option is kind of a hybrid of several of those different options. This is all single story, and you see the NPR is on the top. This is again site option 2, and it's showing the main parking access on the right. We do combine the kinder and the bus drop off one more time on the bottom to explore one single shared driveway, but there's a little bit more separation between those two. So we're still testing the waters with that. But there is a really nice courtyard space that's outdoor and still accessible to the play fields. On the left, you can see each of those academic spaces creates a nice cluster around that. That could potentially be the garden or an outdoor learning space. The library and the admin are really well positioned, and even the NPR and library create a nice potential after hours use that could be sectioned off for community use after school is closed. Here's another version of it showing a different bus connection with the kinder drop-off. This is to respond to the principal's concerns where she didn't want necessarily the bus drop-off and kinder to be so close to each other. And so this shows the bus closer to Larch, and they're still sharing the exit drive, but otherwise they're as separate as possible without creating too many driveways into Larch. It does have great parking counts. we're able to get upwards of 60 to 80 parking stalls, which is a significant improvement for the Zimmerman campus. And it does get a lot of the play fields into a great location for outdoor air quality as well. All right, so with that, just going to go back to, proposing the question about, I know Owen had proposed that we were hoping to have a decision on site options. In general, the consensus that we've heard from everyone that we presented has been on site option 2, which is the lower right-hand quadrant, as opposed to site option 1. And so I think the recommendation, if you guys are supportive of that, would be to proceed with developing site option 2. But we want to get input from you and see what you guys thought. And would also be interested in hearing your thoughts on your interest in exploring a 1 or a 2-story option.
Board members, yes.
On concept 1, is there a way to bring that into site 2?
Absolutely.
And open up the parking instead of going into Santa Ana, we can open it up onto large in and out?
Yes. So concept 1 could easily be relocated to site option 2, that lower quadrant.
The reason I really like that because we have the separate kinder, we have the separate bus, we have the separate parking area for drop off, and the way it's spread out to me, it just kind of makes sense. But I'd like to see it on site 2.
Sure.
That's my opinion. My comment. Thank you.
But you're still saying you support this 2-story? Okay.
It's the single story. Concept 1 is the single story, but I'd like to see it on site 2.
Oh, okay. I would support that one more than the other. I don't want a 2-story.
Yeah, because this is the reason I like this is the way it's spread out. It makes sense. Has a separate kinder, the separate bus stop, and then the parking lot. I think we would just need to add the in and out. Like I think one of the other ones has the same parking lot structure where there's an in and out to large. But I'd like to see concept 1 on site 2 if there's consensus for that.
Any other comments?
A question on price. So for a matter of comparison, 1-story versus 2-story, can you give us a rough estimate of what the cost would be per square foot, for example? I mean, 2 stories more expensive typically, but can you give us an idea of how much more expensive it would be to go 2-story to build roughly the same square footage as opposed to 1?
Yeah, it's hard to say actually because the site development costs have increased so much.
Yeah.
The $2.5 million per acre is a bit shocking, to be honest. And I think because of that, I'm very much supportive of exploring a 2-story option. We haven't done any cost estimating at this point. The market is pretty volatile and we want to get a detailed cost estimate put together by an estimator who's deeply entrenched in the construction market right now. And we haven't done that. But in order to do that, we kind of have to come up with some concepts so that they can price something.
Okay.
But that being said, like the comparison, I'm not sure there's going to be a significant comparison of cost between the single story and 2 at this time because everything is just so expensive.
Right. Okay. And the gist of my question is, if it's typically when you go vertical, it's more expensive. And then there are some maintenance realities. You mentioned elevators and other things, which are costly. We built 1 multi-story building in our organization, and we will not be doing that again, just because of the costs that come with the maintenance of the elevators, et cetera. So it's quite a bit. So that will be interesting. As we work through this, we want to get the biggest bang for our buck. So if we can invest that money into a higher quality and more available programming space as opposed to the cost for going vertical, I think that'll be a determining factor. With respect to the 2 different parcels that we're looking at, you'd mentioned that the majority of the folks that participated were leaning towards the southern parcel. And you mentioned that was primarily because of proximity to the pilot station, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, that was the majority of the concern because of proximity to the pilot gas station. And,
Okay. So I'm curious, well, first of all, we're moving south. There's also a truck, albeit illegal truck parking operation with more trucks and more trailers. Further south, there's also one across the street. We don't hear a lot about that, but there's actually more trucking activity going on the further south you go. So my concern is what's going to happen, when you're on a corner, you can have somewhat control. We know it's obviously to the west. You've got a street to the north and to the east, and we control the property to the south. So at least there we have some semblance of what may be. My concern about moving further south is we're not sure exactly what will happen south of us. There's some private property immediately to the south, and then to the southwest, we have what appears to be an expanding, massive trucking operation, completely unmitigated, no permitting, spewing stuff into Crestmore and potentially our new Zimmerman. The other question I have, was there any talk or consideration about what that will do by bifurcating? So you've got 3 parcels, just thinking from a pure development standpoint. The value of the land tends to be, if it's contiguous, tends to be higher value. So if we're on the northern parcel, then all of a sudden you've got those 2 southern parcels. Does that provide typically more value and to make that property more valuable and present more options available for development?
Yeah, that's a great point. That's one advantage of developing on northeast corner, that you do have contiguous larger lot. Traditionally, when you have larger property, the cost per square foot is actually lower. But in this in the situation and where we are, the lack of large parcel of land, we actually can get premium the larger the property you have.
Right.
So
Well, and probably the diversity of projects available. One concern I have let's be honest, from a business standpoint, because we own the properties and we have to be cognizant, is by going with that option 2 property and bifurcating the 2 parcels, we've not only devalued them, but we've limited probably what could be built. So what we don't want to see is a warehouse plopped on either one, which is probably what folks will want to do. But if you don't have alternatives to that, then we're stuck with land that either we can't sell, so it becomes another homeless encampment like it has been for the last decade. So, and again, which is not good for the kids or the students. So I just don't know if that was explored by the group. I know a lot of times we think of it just from the educational standpoint, but we have to understand the development and the business side of things. Are we putting ourselves in a position where we may be down the road, there'll be a disservice to the site? So.
yes, that is a very good point in terms of not only for other, from a business standpoint, but even also for our own development. If we were to develop it, then if we're starting to divide the site, then it
limits our options from what we can do. I just
that is a
and we've talked about future expansion. We've talked about the propensity to expand the school to have a larger capacity to satisfy perhaps Crestmore in that community. I feel like I have a number of unanswered questions maybe before I'm comfortable to say, 1 or 2 at this juncture. What would we do if we bifurcate those parcels? What is the plan? Are we hanging on to both? Are we looking to sell one? One is, what's the zoning? I know right now they're probably institutional because we own them, but presumably the county would, well, I don't know. I don't know what the county would do because they seem to be surprising us, and we've seen lots of industrial projects move forward and some commercial. I'd like to see residential. It'd be nice to provide some homes for the families that we have in our community. We don't have a lot of that in Bloomington being constructed, so.
right. Yeah, I have been contacted by some of the residential developers about possibly developing residential property, but maybe that's a conversation we can have, getting some of their input in terms of looking at the options and how that may affect.
And how would that tie? So, okay, this speaking off the cuff, my vision, because I would like to see residential there. It's zoned for it. It actually is zoned for it, I think, right? Is it RM?
Right.
So it's RM, and it's actually higher density residential than what you usually get in Bloomington. So you could do 7,200 square foot lot or something.
Right. The county did upzone to
Higher density, yeah, more traditional single family home. Incorporating a neighborhood into this school. I would love to see it be a walkable school. I mean, can you imagine if we built, 100 plus or more? I don't know how many units you could get on the acreage, but let's 150 to 200 units on the acre. on that site. Can you imagine being able to walk to school and not having to worry about driving through Cedar to Santa Ana even? It would be nice to have a concept with walkability, trail, integrated into some kind of potential residential development. That would be great. We saw that more so with the schools in South Fontana that we built with DRC and Arupa, where there were much more neighborhood integrated schools. So that's another concept that I don't know that we've really explored, but I'd love to see a residential integrated component with what we could see some really nice homes for our families.
I will say that, the leftover lots, each of those quadrants is roughly 10 acres. It's a sizable plot. So depending on the use, whether it's residential, a preschool, any use that the district might intend for it, those lots will definitely accommodate them because they're substantial. It's essentially an elementary school site. So you have 3 elementary school sites. So they're good size. Yeah.
Any other comments? So what is it they want us to decide tonight? Because I don't know that we're going to get to the consensus here.
Well, yeah, I think that what the goal was, first of all, just to update the board on the symposium process, 1, 2, to hear feedback from the board, exactly what Mr. Flores was talking about. So what I would recommend, and if the board is okay with that, we'd like to explore more of the idea of concepts, both sides still, with perhaps more financial numbers associated with each one, so that we can bring back to the board, so that there's a more informed decision. I would, and because we heard some of the ideas, and we've talked about that, about the idea of housing on one of the lots there, and exploring that. And there's funding actually now the state has put out for community schools that just came out recently for funding, and perhaps we can, look at that. So how does that sound to the board? So that way, we come back with both, and then financial information and things like that, more info.
And not only the financial, but could we have the concept 1 put on the concept 2, like we were talking, to make that one of the options?
Sure.
We can.
I would like to see that. Oh, Frank, I'm sorry.
Frank, have we had an opportunity to go and take a look at any school district that has 2-story facilities, just to get a feel for what are some of the things that they've encountered having those 2-story? Because I know one district that has had multiple problems with their particular 2-story elementary school. So is there anything that, have we even thought about doing something like that? Just so that we have the idea of what are all the pitfalls, what are all some of the problematic things that we might have to encounter, or the extra expenses that we may incur, when we're, thinking about building a project like this?
Yeah, we actually, Executive Cabinet and Ryan and his team took us to a couple schools out in San Diego, Poway, Design 39, and then the other school, Logan Memorial. And so both were 2-story. So it might even be a good idea to ask some board members to come out and see those sites, just to visit.
I'd like to see some around here too. Fontana has a 2-story. It's not really close to the new warehouses, but I would like to hear how everything here has impacted that 2-story.
Yeah.
Chaparral
San
Elementary.
Bernardino has one also.
We can visit local. I'd like to go to San Diego only because the weather's beautiful out there, but and then we go to El Indio, but I'm not gonna, yeah.
We also have.
But what I'm asking is, has a conversation, if you had a conversation with anyone from those particular districts relative to what are some of the pros and cons that they've experienced?
When we did the site visits, we met with administrators there. So we did talk about that. We had 2 hours of conversation with some of the challenges with going up and down. And
So, are there any challenges that you encountered that are not on this con list here?
I think just kind of going, if you go back to the list there, and I would say that I think the other concern in con is, I mean, for us is safety of kids falling over and things like that, you know, and so that's the risk of a two-story. So that's one there that I would say is a con, but I think everything else we talked about. Now, the schools that we went to and talked about the cons there had no issues with that and anything like that at those schools. So kids were well behaved and going up and down the, when we saw it, observed students and, you know, again, they were upper grades, 3, 4, 5, and I believe 6. There was no issues that we observed. I mean, they were extremely well behaved, and we expect that from our students too. But that is a worry that I have, of course, safety, you know, for our kids.
Okay.
At a second.
Along with that idea, have we taken a look whether the insurance liability would be increased more by having students in a facility that's 2 stories?
We have not yet. We haven't gotten to that point yet because we're still kind of early in the process yet, but it's something we can look
I would
at.
think that that'd be something that it would be nice to know.
Absolutely.
I have one that I'd like to add. When we go out, I'd like to ask teachers. I know we want our teachers to use a lot of manipulatives. We want them doing, activity things. Number one is a noise element. I'm told that at some schools that's not an issue. It was at the one that we built. But the second one is teachers a lot of work, and they bring stuff to school they want to use. They got to carry it up the stairs. They got to carry it down the stairs, and that is a lot of extra work for a teacher who's trying to do her best. And I think that we need to really think about that because, what additional work are we going to expect of our employees by doing a 2-story? Well, we could do it adequately in a 1-story. So I just would like to have that input.
Yeah, I would love to show you guys some other 2-story options if you'd care to take a tour. So we have some that we've done in Palm Springs, which might be a little bit closer than San Diego. We have some other projects, I think, in Riverside that we could.
Can we see anything in Fontana or San Bernardino?
I can look. I can see if our Riverside office has some. Yeah.
Yeah, we can arrange a tour at with some of these schools.
And just to be clear, so that I understand the charge, so you would like cost information comparing the 1-story versus the 2-story, right?
I think when we look at the site 1 and 2, it's still an option for the board, and so seeing the footprints on both and comparable costs too.
Okay, excellent. That's great. Thank you so much for your input.
Is that the board's
Yes,
direction?
I would like that.
You can get a rendering of concept 1 on site 2.
Absolutely, yeah.
With the different exit on the parking lot. That would also help. Thank you.
Okay, do you have what you need?
I think we do, right? And we'll get together and very quickly here, and then we'll talk about this and get going. So this is, I'll say this, thank you to DLR and Owen. The symposium was extreme success, and just the community, thank you. And so this is we got to go slow to go fast. And so the process, just bringing it here, just to be clear, there's a lot more input, a lot more design. The design process is an extensive one, so we appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just want to be clear about that we're going to go as slow as we have to make sure we build the school that's great for the community.
And, just next steps. So everything's posted to the website. We are going to be continuing to meet with subject matter experts. Probably those who are sticking around for summer, we'll probably meet with them to get input. And then as we make decisions and select options, we'll continue to meet with the site staff. We still got some space programming to do. And then even after we select a site, then we have to work through the layout of the campus itself. And that will involve the single story versus two-story options.
I'm going to say one more thing, just because I want to. I never thought a lot about this until I ended up in the scooter. We talk about equity. We want all kids to feel good about being at school. And if you're a student at a school and need to have some kind of equipment like this and take that elevator every day, wait for someone to bring you the key to go to the elevator, tell me you don't feel singled out. And I think that's really something we need to think about, because when I got my new school, they wanted to put the ramp to go up to the stage, and I thought, we don't want to waste money doing that. Well, yeah, we had to. And I realized with some of my kids, I got kids that are handicapped, but it was hard for them to have to go through that. So, and that was just a little one. I don't know what to call it, but so I really think that's an issue too that we need to think about for kids, because we do have kids, especially in our STC classes. And if you got all your upper grades upstairs, you can have STC kids up there, and they may have to do that. And every day they already in STC, they don't want to go up there. They don't want to be singled out and have kids make fun of them because they have to go over there and wait. It's hard. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you again. Thank you. Item 7.1 through 7.68. Is there anyone who would like for an item to be considered separately? Already we have items 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, 7.9, 7.10, 7.11 will be pulled for separate consideration. Is there anyone else who wants something pulled?
Yes, 7.23.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Could I have a motion, please, to approve items 7.1 through 7.68 with the exception of those that I read?
I'll second.
Okay. I have a. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I have a motion by Board Member Fuentes and a second by Board Member Bertha Flores. Okay. To approve action items 7.1 through 7.68 with the exception of action item 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, 7.9, 7.10, 7.11, and 7.23. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Okay. So on the motion by Board Member Fuentes and the second by Board Member Bertha Flores, carried on a 6-0 vote, the board approved action items 7.1 through 7.68 with the exception of 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, 7.9, 7.10, 7.11, and 7.23. Okay. So now why would I go? Oh, I will start with board. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll start with action items 7.6, adoption of resolution 23.67 on board compensation for mixed meetings. Is there a motion to approve action item 7.6? Okay. So on a motion by Dan Flores and I have a second by Mr. Fuentes. To approve item 7.6, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Nay. Any abstentions? Okay. So I have a motion by Board Member Dan Flores, second by Board Member Fuentes, and carrying on a 5-0-1 vote to approve action item 7.6 with Board Member Sandoval abstaining. Okay. Action item 7.7. Approval of First Amendment to Employment Agreement between the Assistant Superintendent and the Colton Joint Unified School District. Term July 1 to 2023 to June 30th, 2026. Annual salary, $291,958 per year pursuant to the attached salary schedule and annual increase of 2.5% per year. Annual work year, 224 days. Vehicle, district provided vehicle for superintendent's use. Health insurance, the same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to other certificated management employees. Sick leave, 14 days per year. Life insurance, term life policy in an amount of $250,000. Retiree health benefits, due to the length of the superintendent's service at the district. Superintendent is vested in the district's retiree health benefits program. Effective July 1, 2023, the board agrees to make matching contributions annually up to 5% of the superintendent's annual salary to the superintendent's 403B tax shelter annuity TSA plan of his choosing. The matching contribution shall not be deemed to be creditable compensation for retirement purposes. I have a motion to approve 7.7 as presented.
I'll second.
I didn't hear the first one. Was it Fuentes? Sorry, folks, I can't distinguish their voices. And seconded by Flores, Bertha Flores, to approve the First Amendment to employment agreement for the superintendent as presented. Roll call vote.
Ms. Thoreen Ojeda?
Yes.
Mr. Flores? Mr. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mrs. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes.
Okay. On a motion by Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Bertha Flores on a 6-0 roll call vote, the board approved the First Amendment to employment agreement for the superintendent as presented. Okay. I want you to know I'm sitting here thinking, I thank my teacher for teaching me how to read. Action 7.8. Approval of First Amendment to employment agreement between the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services and the Colton Joint Unified School District. Gregory Fromm, Assistant Superintendent Business Services, term January 9, 2023 through June 30, 2026. Annual salary $240,676. Annual work year 222 days. Vehicle, district provided vehicle for assistant superintendent's use. Fringe benefits, health insurance. The same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to the 12-month certificated management employees. Sick leave, 14 days per fiscal year. Could I have a motion, please, to approve action item 7.8 as presented?
A motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Board Member Bertha Flores and seconded by
Fuentes.
Mr. Fuentes to approve First Amendment to employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services as presented. Roll call vote?
Ms. Thoreen Ojeda?
Yes.
Mr. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mr. Flores? Mrs. Sandoval?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Flores?
Yes.
Thank you.
On a motion of Board Member Bertha Flores and Board Member Fuentes, the board approved the First Amendment to employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services as presented. Action item 7.9, approval of Fourth Amendment to employment agreement between the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services and the Colton Joint Unified School District. Tina Peterson, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, term July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2024. Annual salary $240,676. Annual work year 222 days. Vehicle, district provided vehicle for assistant superintendent's use. Health insurance, the same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to other certificated management employees. Sick leave, 14 days per year. Retiree health benefits due to the length of the assistant superintendent's service to the district. The assistant superintendent is vested in the district retiree health benefits program. I have a motion, please, to approve item 7.9 as presented.
So move.
And a second by can hear the women's voice. I just can't tell. To approve the third amendment to employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services as presented. Roll call vote.
Ms. Doreen Ojeda,
Yes.
Mr. Ibarra,
Yes.
Mr. Flores, Mrs. Sandoval,
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes,
Yes.
Mrs. Flores.
Yes.
On a motion by Board Member Ibarra and Board Member Sandoval, the board approved the third amendment to employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services as presented. Action item 7.10, approval of third amendment to employment agreement between the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and the Colton Joint Unified School District. Brandon Dade, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. Term, January 5th, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. Annual salary, $229,078 per year pursuant to the attached salary schedule, annual increase of 2.5% per year. 222 days annual work year. Vehicle, district provided vehicle for assistant superintendent's use. Fringe benefits, health insurance, the same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to other 12-month certificated management employees. Sick leave, 14 days per fiscal year. Could I have a motion, please?
So move.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Board Member Ibarra and second by Board Member Fuentes to approve the third amendment to employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources as presented. Roll call vote?
Ms. Doreen Ojeda,
Yes.
Mr. Ibarra,
Yes.
Mr. Flores, Mrs. Sandoval,
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes,
Yes.
Mrs. Flores.
Yes.
On a motion by Board Member Ibarra and Board Member Fuentes, the board approved the third amendment to employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources as presented. Action item 7.11, approval of third amendment to employment agreement between the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services and the Colton Joint Unified School District. Anthony Ortiz, Assistant Superintendent, Student Services. Term, January 5th, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. Annual salary, $218,039 per year pursuant to the attached salary schedule, annual increase of 2.5% per year. Annual work year, 222 days. Vehicle, district provided vehicle for Assistant Superintendent's use. Fringe benefits, health insurance, the same medical and dental insurance benefits offered to other 12-month certificated management employees. Sick leave, 14 days per fiscal year. I'd like a motion, please, to approve action item 7.11 as presented.
I'll move.
Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Board Member Fuentes and second by Board Member Sandoval to approve the third amendment to employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services as presented. Roll call vote?
Ms. Doreen Ojeda,
Yes.
Mr. Ibarra,
Yes.
Mr. Flores, Mrs. Sandoval,
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes,
Yes.
Mrs. Flores.
Yes.
On a motion by Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Sandoval, the board approved the third amendment to employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services as presented. Thank you, Joanne. Okay. Now we have item 7.23. Could I have a motion, please?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes. Yes, so I just, I wanted to pull this item because I wanted to thank Ed Services for taking this on, and having the, having a meeting with San Bernardino Valley College staff to talk about what the possibilities are for Valley College and our district, our high schools to work together. And they were able to come up with an MOU allowing San Bernardino Valley College classes to be held on any of our high school campuses, including Slover and Washington. So I think this is really huge. I think it's going to be really a great benefit to our students because we know that students who complete college credit while they're in high school are more likely to stay in college and continue their four-year college and to complete degrees. So I think this is a great thing for our district, and I'm very grateful for Ed Services to have put this in place. So thank you. With that, that's it.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Ibarra.
And I just want to agree with Bertha on that, on her comments, but also recommend that upon approval, I think the district needs to somehow get the word out. We need to let the students and the parents know that once this starts, the option is available so that they could motivate their students to get into some of these classes and begin their college career early if they are capable of doing it. So just want to add that.
Thank you, Mr. Ibarra. Any other discussion, comments? Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Bertha Flores and a second by Mr. Ibarra to approve Board Agenda Item 7.23. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? So on a motion by Bertha Flores and second by Mr. Ibarra, the motion was approved by a vote of 6-0. Sorry. Okay. Administrative reports. Are there any questions or comments on the board members for report 8.1 or 8.2? No. Item 8.3, I guess Owen's already talked to us tonight. He's not going to do any more. ACE President, Mrs. Parachi, please come up.
Good evening, Board President Torin Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I'm Christina Porace, and I'm privileged to serve as Association of Colton president. I had a long speech, but we're all tired. So 5 pages. I wanted to give an update of what's been going on, but I think you guys already know. The only thing that I do want to mention that the association is working collaboratively on DSDP. I like that better, but now evolved to design plan. So as you saw, the vice president and president of Association of Colton Educators and many other members are involved. We are working collaboratively to get to the bottom of the planning for the DOJ. We know we have to do it. We just have to plan how it's going to get done. And only going as fast as DOJ is going. So if they're not responding, take your time. And also we're working with PPS task force. I would like that team to move a little bit faster so we can actually see some changes for special ed for next year. But with that, have a good summer. We hope that in June, I won't be here, I'll be on vacation. But in June, you do approve LCAP. That's our biggest work that we've been doing, a lot of work. The association's been involved every step of the way. And with that, 2022, 2023, we have 10 days left. I don't know where it went, but it's gone. So with that, have a nice summer for everybody that's taking the summer off. And I hope that closed session goes fast because we need to go home. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Parachi. Item 8.5 CSEA update. Mr. Guadarrama? No. 8.6 MAC? No update. ROP, Mr. Ibarra.
Yes, I just want to take this opportunity to thank our superintendent and Bertha and district staff who attended our evening with excellence at the ROP. It was very well attended. Many of our students from Cone and Bloomington and Grand Terrace presented their programs very, very admirably. And it was just a very, very fine event with over $21,000 worth of scholarships given out to many of our Joint Unified School District students. So thank you for that. Israel, anything?
Just want to thank everyone also for the donations for the scholarship. Like Mr. Ibarra said, $21,000 in scholarships were given out that evening, and I know a lot of these students are going to really use that money and wisely for their education. And once again, on behalf of the Cry Route Foundation, thank you very much. And I think I'm going to be shaving my head at the next meeting. So because the goal was to have $10,000 from Cry Route. So it looks like they're almost there, and they have until June. But it looks like I'll be shaving my head at the board meeting. Yes.
Oh,
Have a good evening.
that'll be a first. Okay.
If you need a barber, I can be there.
We are now on item 9.1, Superintendent's communique.
All right, thank you, Board President, board members. Just go really quick here on my communique this evening, but I do want to recognize some important people, our lunch heroes, on the first slide there. I just want to highlight our School Lunch Hero Day, May 5th. Just the unbelievable professionalism of our nutrition service workers. They serve about 19,000 meals per day. Students can count on breakfast, lunch, supper, thanks to the hardworking nutrition service staff, director and CISO and his staff. Thank you for the awesome service that your staff provides to our students, and the meals and your hard work, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in nutrition service does not go unnoticed. So thank you on behalf of Executive Cabinet, the board. They are heroes. They feed our children every single day. Second slide, please. 2023 Children Deserve Success. Just wanted to recognize one of our own, Christy Padilla there with Dr. Betters and Don English, Student Services. She was recognized at an event just recently by the county. And she was, just want to congratulate her for that recognition. She didn't tell anybody, but we found out through the grapevine, and she deserves a recognition. She works really hard, and just congratulations to Christy for all the hard work. So thank you for the service you for our families and students. And then the last slide. Senior awards events, been fortunate enough to attend senior awards events. I mean, it's that time of the year. It's so exciting. We know graduations are coming up. I got an opportunity to attend and the Bloomington High School awards events and Colton High School. Just amazing. We have some amazing students getting scholarships, going to great schools. It's really unbelievable. So we need to celebrate their accomplishments. All the seniors, your graduation is coming up, your accomplishments. We want to thank the high school principals, of course, assistant principals, all the staff for putting together these events. You guys do an amazing job. It's the families that are there. There's a lot of crying, emotion at these events. And it's just really incredible to be out there and be with our students. And so to all of you out there, on behalf of Executive Cabinet, the board, congratulations to all the students. It's only like 10 more days, graduation's coming up, and we are so proud of you. We look forward to graduation for sure. And so with that, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to graduation and cool weather for all of us. It's exciting to think about that, but I hope it's cool. Okay, board member comments. Board member Sandoval. No comments. Bertha Flores.
No comment.
Mr. Fuentes.
Yes, comment. No, I'm kidding. I just want everybody to have a great summer. Enjoy your time when you're out there. I know it's been one of them years, but you know something, we're back live again, and there's been a lot of activities going on. The month of May is probably one of the busiest months for everybody. Recognitions and awards and all the stuff that happens in the month of May. And, I was out at Colton Middle School yesterday for Career Day, and I had the opportunity to speak to 4 different periods. And eighth graders, that were all eighth graders, very, very much interested in what I was speaking about. I shared to them a little bit of the different careers that I've done, different things that I've done. And many of them would actually stay after, and they had to get passes to get back to the classroom because they wouldn't leave. And so they were excited to hear that there's opportunities out there, and many opportunities, that there isn't just one, but there's many opportunities. We talk about dreaming, and we have one gentleman that dreamed and it happened, and that's Dr. Martin Luther King. And so we talked about that with the students. We talked about motivation. We said there's motivation all over the place, but you're the ultimate motivator. So we talked about that, and many kids left very, very motivated and fired up. We had young men and women, eighth graders, that one wanted to dream and become a MLS soccer player, a young lady. Another young man wanted to be an NFL player. I said, dream, hijo, dream, because it can come true. So I had the opportunity to go to the Career Day, of course, senior awards. I went to Colton High and Bloomington High. And I also want to recognize Grand Terrace High School engineering students, nursing students from the career pathways that we have at Grand Terrace High School. They also got recognized through the Mayor Educational Coalition out of Fontana, and they received an award. And if you follow me on Facebook, you'll see some of the pictures I took there. And it was a great group of kids from Mr. Wallace's engineering class. And I know there were some of the other teachers that weren't able to come, but he did bring the crew out. And we did have a good group of maybe about 30, 35 kids. And so they got recognized. It's something that the mayor of Fontana has started about 5 years ago. I had the opportunity to start with them. And we're taking different districts out from our career pathways and bringing in the different pathways to them. A lot of the nursing, our nurse pathway that we have at Grand Terrace High School had a big tour at Kaiser Permanente, and they got to tour Kaiser behind the scenes. They got to see what, how that dummy, there's a dummy that actually gives birth. So they got to see that, and that was amazing for them to see those opportunities and to see behind the scenes what happens, not just in the medical part of the hospital, but the engineering part of the hospital too, where all the waste goes and all that stuff. So it's a great opportunity, and hopefully next year we'll be able to bring other students from our pathways out to this Mayor Coalition out in Fontana, and also have them recognized. Everyone, have a great summer. God bless each and every one of you. And enjoy your favorite beverage when you're on vacation. And I know it's going to start getting warm again. And so have a lot of fun. And I know some of you are going on vacation. I am. I'm leaving. So have a great one. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Mr. Dan Flores. Mr. Ibarra.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. Just want to also mention that I want to wish everyone here a wonderful summer vacation, and thank you for the school year and the hard work and dedication that you put in throughout the year. Also want to say thank you to the committee that put together the retirement and longevity event last Friday evening. Very well attended. There were many individuals dressed up, very, roaring 20-ish, including Dr. Miranda. And it was a really fun and nice event. Had opportunity to send off many of our retirees in fine fashion. So, and also honor all those who have put in years of dedication to our students and our district. So that was very well done. So my hat's off. Didn't get an opportunity to say that at the event, but so I'll say it here. Also, just one more thing. I did have an opportunity to go to Cooley Ranch Elementary School. Got invited by Nina Torres to speak to her 6th grade motivation station students. First of all, she does an excellent job and has done it for many years. And her students were very well organized. They very attentive, asked really great questions, and we had a really good close to an hour opportunity to speak with them. And my main thing that I wanted to get across was getting them to prepare themselves for middle school and take advantage of every opportunity that middle school has to offer them, and to be leaders and not followers. Because, and I quoted some statistics that I've heard, how many of we lose a lot of students in middle school that are doing actually very well in elementary school. And we need to work harder on that. And many of you heard me talk about that over this last year and the year before. So I was trying to encourage them to do well, but also encourage them to seek out assistance when they need it, their teachers, the administrators, their parents, and even me. So I just also want for us to somehow and someday acknowledge the effort of Nina Torres. As many of you know her, she has struggled quite a bit throughout her career here, and but she never stops. She continues to push, and she continues to be dedicated to our students and all efforts that in order to help them be successful. So I'd like to recommend to this board that when we get an opportunity to recognize her and give her some type of certificate of appreciation for all the hard work that she's put in. And if I can get consensus from the board on that, and I believe that if I'm not mistaken, most of us have gone to Cooley and spoke to her students as well. So, okay, thank you, thank you. And with that, that's all I have, Joy.
Thank you, Mr. Barra. I have just two. One, speaking of Nina Torres, her kindness ambassadors are going to be presenting a presentation on Saturday at noon at the fair. I think it's stage number 12, but she didn't know for sure and she didn't let me know. But so if you're at the fair on Saturday, stop by and support our kids because they're really excited that they get to go and do this. I just want to say thank you to all of our staff district-wide for the hard work. It's been an amazing year. It's been a hard year. And I think it's still hard. I mean, coming back from COVID isn't quite over yet, and we still have so many challenges. But you've worked so hard to make things happen for our kids. And the Real Troopers, the best district, I'm telling you. So you worked hard. So this summer, I want you to play hard. Forget your school. Don't do anything. Just have fun with your family. Rest. Take it easy. Don't let the stress of what's happening next year get to you. Just really enjoy. And thank you so much for all you've done. I know we say that and it sounds really trite. It's like, yeah, okay, fine. But we really do know. We see what goes on each and every day in the classrooms and how hard you work and things that you put up with. I know it isn't always easy and sometimes it's really hard. But thank you so much for meeting the needs of our kids. Not only Slover was, I love in our district, and I see it the few times I don't get to go to campuses that ones I wish I could. But it's definite that people here are here for the right reasons because we love our kids, and those kids come to school needing all that love. So, and hopefully the discipline to do what they got to do so they can learn how to read and be able to do this someday. Thank you very much. Have a nice night. And if you don't have to stay until after closed session, this meeting is adjourned to go to closed session. Thank you for being here. Well, I appreciate the diehard holdouts here. So we're going to start with item 12.1. Public personnel, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code 54957. In closed session, the board took action to place a teacher on a compulsory leave of absence without pay pursuant to Ed Code Section 44940. Had 5 ayes, 0 nays, 0 abstentions, and Haro and Flores, Dan Flores were absent. No name, no. We're on item at 12.12, student discipline, revocation. There were 3 student discipline items presented in closed session. Is there a motion to uphold the expulsion orders as presented?
A motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? On a motion by Board Member Bertha Flores and seconded by Board Member Fuentes and carried on a 5-0 vote, the board upheld the expulsion orders of 3 student discipline items as presented. 108-8228, 106-2589, 1080031. Item 12.3, personnel public employee appointment. Discipline dismissal release, Government Code 54957. On a motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Sandoval and carried on a 5-0 vote, the board approved the following certificated coach 3, head varsity baseball boys 1, head varsity cross country co-ed 1, varsity basketball assistant girls 1, classified coaches 11, head junior varsity basketball girls 1, head junior varsity basketball boys 1, head junior varsity soccer girls 1, head varsity basketball boys 1, head varsity basketball girls 1, head varsity football boys 1, head varsity wrestling co-ed 1, softball assistant girls 1, varsity basketball assistant boys 1, varsity football assistant boys 1, varsity soccer assistant girls 1, volunteers general 11. Item 12.4, personnel public employee appointment, Government Code 54957. In closed session on a motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Sandoval, and on a 5-0 vote, the board appointed Vanessa Ravenot, Assistant Principal, Grand Terrace High School. Item 12.5, personnel public employee appointment, Government Code 54957. In closed session on a motion of Board Member Ibarra and seconded by Board Member Fuentes, on a 5-0 vote, the board appointed Veronica Godinez, Principal, Cooley Ranch Elementary. Item 12.6, personnel public employee appointment, Government Code 54957, and I didn't move. Hold on. I got ahead of myself, I guess. A motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Ibarra and carried on a 5-0 vote. The board appointed Angela Hatter, Principal, Adult Education. And with that, it is 10:22 and our board meeting is adjourned. Thank you for coming.